evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the William J. Convoy II Legislative Chambers. My name is Joanne Cunningham, and I serve as the chair of the Albany County Legislature. The rules of the Albany County Legislature allow for a period of public comment before our monthly meetings. Our rules prohibit members of the public from questioning legislators and prohibit us from questioning you. This is your time to speak and our time to listen. In accordance with the rules of order, speakers will be allowed 3 minutes each, and I ask everyone in the chamber, please silence your cell phones. Before we get started, we have some pretty significant housekeeping things to attend to. First and foremost, I want to draw your attention to the pedestal over in the corner to my left. As you recall from our last meeting, we had taken Matt Peters' candy jar and we had put it over on the pedestal. I draw attention to it today because we have added to the pedestal a plaque containing a memory of our former colleague and good friend, Matt Peters. And I think we all feel very happy that Matt's memory will be a permanent part of this chamber going forward. And I know most of you I saw at Matt's memorial service on Saturday, which was a wonderful event highlighting his incredible career, and more than that, his incredible contributions as a person, as a public servant, as a neighbor, as a friend, as a loved family member. It was a beautiful, beautiful ceremony, and I know we all felt wonderful about paying tribute to Matt. So a couple of things to highlight tonight. First of all, it is Women's History Month, and I did place a rose, a white rose, honoring suffrage and the contributions of women in America. There's a white rose on all of the women legislators' desks today. This is courtesy of myself and also our Deputy Chair, Wanda Willingham. We also, because we ordered a dozen and there's only 11 of us in a chamber of 39, we'll save that editorializing for another forum. But we also placed a rose in front of our first ever woman clerk of the legislature, Nicole Chambers. So. A couple other highlights before we get started. It's also the first day of Ramadan, and I wish all of those who celebrate a blessed season and all of the celebratory elements of Ramadan. So we highlight that. And we also, I've noticed a lot of green in the chamber. Andrew Joyce, it was hard to miss you when you walked in with your green. It is a very celebratory month for many of us with Irish names, but also many of us not with Irish names. So wishing all of you a happy St. Patrick's Day month, and we'll hopefully see many of you at the parade on Saturday. Okay. We now will move to a couple of items before we get to the public forum. The first thing I would like to do is welcome my colleague, Legislator Reedy, up to the podium to present a proclamation to the now retiring New York State DEC Commissioner Basil Seggos.
A champion of environmental stewardship and conservation, Commissioner Basil Seggos, upon the occasion of his retirement from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. Commissioner Seggos has guided the DEC with dedication, vision, and an unwavering commitment to the protection of New York's natural resources. Throughout his tenure as the longest-serving DEC commissioner, Commissioner Seggos has overseen programs aimed at promoting a clean, healthy, and accessible environment for all New Yorkers. Commissioner Sagos played a pivotal role in advancing critical legislation like the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, which has positioned New York as a national leader in the fight against climate change. His tireless advocacy and strategic planning has resulted in tangible progress, from the establishment of high water quality standards to historic investments in clean water infrastructure. Commissioner, we know your career in public service is far from over, but let us express our deepest gratitude for your exemplary service to the people of New York. Your leadership has left an indelible mark on our state's environmental legacy and future. On behalf of the Albany County Legislature, I am honored to present this proclamation recognizing Albany County residents and Commissioner Basil Sagos for your outstanding contribution to environmental conservation.
Thank you all. Dustin, thank you very much for that wonderful honor. And Madam Chair, members of the legislature, it truly is an honor. When I hear the word retirement, it makes me feel a little bit unsure of my decision. I don't feel like I'm ready to leave the fight. I am leaving DEC, and I am going to take a knee in state government for a little while. But I'm not leaving the fight. I believe passionately about our obligation to protect the environment, to create the new green economy of the future, and to leave our state better off. So hopefully we'll be back in public service at some point. But I will tell you, this has been the most meaningful 8.5 years of my life, having the chance to work on so many important issues in front of this incredible state, and so many issues right here in Albany County, which I have come to call home, and I'm proud to call it home. It's a beautiful part of the state, and everyone should be proud of what all of our forefathers and foremothers have done to protect this incredible part of this great state. So, thank you for this incredible honor. I really it means a great deal to me to receive it, and I wish you all the best of luck in the years to come in advancing the interest of Albany County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Basil, for your incredible public service, and we expect to see you doing some other things to make us proud. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are also honoring the life and legacy of an Albany County employee, William Anslow, who was a devoted civil engineer, public servant for 36 years in the Albany County Department of Public Works. Bill tragically passed away shortly after he retired, and tonight we are honoring him with a proclamation for his service and his dedication to Albany County, and invite his family and friends to the podium. So while they are assembling, and come on right up here, it is seldom that you have an individual who's put their heart and soul through their professional service into a position like this. And one of the things I noted when I attended some of the services for Bill was just, you can tell how much someone is loved and valued as a friend, as a colleague, as a dad, as a parent, as a spouse, by the services and the number of people who are in attendance, and the kind of people, and the people from all walks of life throughout really the Capital District. And while I waited in line, it was a cold evening, but the crowd did not wane. They stood for hours in line to pay tribute to Bill. What really stuck out was just what an incredible legacy that Bill left. Not just a professional legacy, of course, but as a friend, as a colleague. I saw my friend Paul Bergdorf in line, who said, "Oh, he was a great guy. I knew him so well, and what a loss for all of us." So we're very glad to present this proclamation to you, and very, very sorry for your loss. Okay, last, but certainly not least, we are celebrating the achievements. I don't know how you missed them if you have walked into the chamber. They were practicing out there and doing routines and all kinds of things. We have invited the Colony Pop Warner Cheerleading's Tiny Mike Gold and C4 teams who participated in a global competition this year. And I'd like to invite legislators LaRilliard and Rosano to come up to present the proclamation.
Can you hear me? Okay, yes, I can. Hello. I'm so happy to see everybody here tonight. As the mother of a former Pop Warner player, I know how hard you girls work in any kind of weather, mud, snow, not really, maybe in the later games. But I just wanted to read this proclamation for you. Tonight it is my honor to celebrate the remarkable accomplishments of Colony Pop Warner cheerleading, Tiny Mike Gold, and C4 teams at the 2024 Youth Cheer and Dance Alliance Globals competition. This competition, which brought together over 5,700 young athletes from across the nation, served as a platform for showcasing talent, dedication, sportsmanship. Colony Pop Warner cheerleaders not only participated, but excelled in this prestigious event. Out of 345 teams, Colony Pop Warner and Capital District Angels cheerleading stood out for their skill, dedication, and sportsmanship. Am I in the way? Special recognition is due to Tiny Mike Gold team, comprising young athletes from 5 to 8, and a Bantam C4 team consisting of athletes aged 14 to 18 for their outstanding achievements. Both Tiny Mike Gold excuse me, and C4 teams displayed extraordinary athleticism by securing first place in their respective divisions. The C4 team achieved highest score among all under 18 teams, earning the title of divisional champions. C4 team ultimately earned the highest score at the Globals, claiming the esteemed title of Grand Champions. Credit is due to the exceptional leadership of head coaches Rachel Geisler, Rachel Blaine, Kaylee Moore, whose guidance has been instrumental in steering these teams to victory. Their deep-rooted connection to the Colony Pop Warner cheerleading program, having been youth athletes within the program themselves, underscores their dedication and passion for nurturing young talent. Furthermore, the dedication and mentorship demonstrated by the members of the C4 team, who also served as youth coaches for the younger teams within the program, epitomizes the values of community and leadership. On behalf of the Albany County Legislature, I am proud to recognize and celebrate the outstanding achievements of Colony Pop Warner, cheerleading Tiny Mike Gold, C4, at the 2024 Youth Cheer Dance Alliance Globals. You guys did your community proud. Congratulations.
Make sure you can see me. If I can see you and you can't see me, that's a problem. Everybody can see me? All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hold that spot. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A lot of hard work getting everyone together. You had to travel and all that. I know those days, so. Thank you. Did a great job. Okay, we are moving on to the public forum. I remind everyone you have 3 minutes to speak, and we'll end promptly, hopefully, around 7:30. Clerk, please call the roll.
Beston. Bergdorf. Clay. Cleary. Collins. Camiso. Conway. Cunningham.
Here.
Demolowitz. Drake. Efaporo. Ethier. Feeney. Fine. Grimm. Andrew Joyce. Ray Joyce. Kuhn. LaRillard.
Here.
Lakakis.
Here.
Lockhart. Mariello. Mayo. McLaughlin. McLean Lane. Miller. Petto. Hurley. Plosky. Reedy. Reinhardt. Ricard. Robinson. Rosano. Simpson. Smith. Ward. Whalen. Willingham. I have 34 present.
Clerk, please read the first name of the first speaker.
Jennifer Catino.
I've had several members of my own extended family suffer with addiction issues, and while I am deeply empathetic to the nature of addiction and that the people need a place to get help, my concern about the relocation and funding of the Camino Nuevo Clinic arises in several ways. There's a lack of transparency around the real reason for the $100,000 funding from the county. They were reported to be needed to close a funding gap for the purchase. This is in direct contraindication to the clinic director's answer to the question, are these funds needed for the purchase of One United Way, which she answered no. If these funds aren't needed, why are they being proposed for this purpose? Where are the studies that show that moving a clinic to a suburban area is helpful? Putting something on the outskirts makes it more difficult for the police to respond, not only for the clinic's needs, but for the neighbors. And what about a SACR, a State Environmental Quality Review Act study? Not to mention the other environmental impacts. The current neighbors complain about discarded needles on the ground outside the clinic and not having that being addressed. Once a client is off their padded site, what is the plan to address loitering and trespassing for the neighbors? Are the effects of the city roads? The road leading to the site is in severe disrepair as it is with the current volume, let alone the increase of 200 or 300 more cars per day. There's been a total lack of transparency with the local businesses about the location being explored. There has been no education or communication or plans to address this proactively. When a tenant of Pine West organized a meeting, we finally got to speak with the director of the clinic, the police, and a mayor's representative. There was little support or any encouragement about how this would not impact the adjacent businesses in the same negative way that is currently happening at the location on Central Avenue. The clinic director offered nothing but silence to the questions about how we attempt to calm the fears of our clients and customers that will have impact on our business, no different than the complaints of the current neighborhood in the clinic's region now. The Albany Police offered no additional coverage commitment. They stated they are down 65 officers and they are struggling to close that gap. So it would be hard to imagine that more support will be dedicated to the very large zone that is patrolled by one car currently. A final concern is that the drug situation surrounding the current clinic. I would like to point out that a drug dealer fundamentally is a business person too, and they alike will have no interest in a loss of revenue. So it's quite likely they will follow to the new location.
30 seconds.
Even if they don't, there will be other entrepreneurs in the area. There are no proactive plans for change to even address the existing problems, and wherever you go, there you are. This will be the same for the clinic, as there is no proactivity happening to create a change, just a relocation. I am not in any way supporting this funding, and I urge you not to support it either. It is not transparent, it does not promote real change. You are just placing a known entity with a long list of dilemmas in a new location. These funds should be dedicated to supporting any business in proximity to the clinic, wherever its location, as proven there will be need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kendra Sapia.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. My name is Kendra Zapia, and I'm expressing my concern for Camino Nuevo's relocation to Washington Ave Extension. For the past 15 years, my sister and I have owned a small business in Pine West Plaza with 10 female employees, about 3,500 patients ranging in age from 2 years old to 100 years old. I enjoy the quiet and safe community for my employees and patients and fellow small business owners. I will tell you my concerns, but I do not want to be accused of stereotyping. I would like to make it known that I have an immediate family member who is an addict. They've tried several times unsuccessfully to get help. I witness their behavior on the daily from when they are high to when they are coming down from that high. I've been physically assaulted, verbally assaulted, have been stolen from, and have witnessed them start fights with innocent bystanders. The police have been called on more than one occasion. This is someone who knows me and loves me. This is not behavior that I want to have to be afraid of encountering on the daily in our office complex. My loved one deserves the right to help and treatment. Anyone in this situation does. There's not one person in here who would object to that. People deserve the right to rehabilitation and treatment. But my fellow small business owners and neighborhood around there also have the right to continue working and living in a safe community. My main responsibility as an employer and healthcare provider is to keep my employees and my patients safe. Many have already expressed concern about the impact that this clinic would have on our safety. Even if there's zero impact on our actual safety, which I do not believe, there will be an impact on the perceived safety of this area, which can result in us losing patients and staff and negatively impact our business and livelihoods. If this clinic is relocated into the building directly next to my office building, I will have to make the difficult decision to move. This will cost approximately $750,000. Not counting patients we would likely lose in relocating. This is one of the many examples of the effects this clinic will have on a small business and our quiet office community. At a town meeting last week, Camino Nuevo stated we wouldn't even know that they were there and encouraged us to call small businesses around the other methadone clinics to attest to what great neighbors they would be. These businesses are in a warehouse district very different than a professional office park. So I called these businesses and asked their take, and their quote was, "Get out of there while you can. Is this a joke? What do you think I'm going to answer? Yes, we've had clients get bothered over and over. I have one word for you, move." We have the privilege of treating patients in recovery, and in order to broaden my horizons, I asked one of them their take on the movement of this clinic. And he said, "It does not belong in this park." Mr. Joyce is referenced in an article from last year holding up a box of syringes gathered from the neighborhood and allegedly told reporters we would like to see the facility relocated away from small businesses and schools. There is a learning center of children next to this proposed site and small businesses all around it. I don't want to see syringes on the ground. My patients don't either. I don't want to see small businesses leave this area. I don't want anybody to be fearful for their safety. I'm asking you to help in reconsidering the relocation for Camino Nuevo. While I agree its patients deserve to get treatment, I believe this location is not the right fit. There are other viable options that should continue to be explored. Thank you for your time.
Lynn Jackson.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Jackson, and I live in Albany South End. I am here to support the passage of Resolution 88, introduced by Albany County Legislator Sam Fine. This is a good bill. My husband and I rent out a number of apartments on Morton Avenue, all within a few minutes' walk of our house. I am the one who does the evictions, taking tenants to court who are behind in their rent payments. I have watched many eviction cases in court. The tenant never has a chance. Tenants almost never have a lawyer, and they do not know their rights. This legislation will better balance the scales of justice by giving the tenant legal representation. It is simply the right thing to do. I also support the part of the bill that helps the tenant with rental arrears. We currently have 2 long-term tenants who are struggling to pay their rent and are many months behind. Illness and job loss have made it almost impossible for them to pay the rent. This lack of rent is having quite an impact on us. All of our tax bills are obviously going up this year. We do not want to evict these tenants because we know both of them and they would probably become homeless. Resolution 88 would bring more justice to the eviction process, and also it would help pay for rental arrears so that if somebody did have a job, they would be able to, they would get help on the arrears because they're already so behind. It's really a very good bill. I hope you will pass it. I also hope the county legislature will follow up on this legislation by starting a program of universal basic income for Albany County residents. Universal basic income would go a long way to prevent evictions. Being in poverty is demanding and extremely time-consuming. I don't have to tell you about it, but being poor is really terrible, and giving a little bit of assistance, which universal basic income would do, of $500 or $1,000 a month, would be able to be enough for people to stay in their homes, which I would really like to see. So I hope that the county legislature will look at the issue of universal basic income. So I hope you support Resolution 88, and I would also like to give a big thank you to the Albany County Legislature for listening to myself and Tom Ellis about putting money in the budget for money to buy open space conservation. Legislator Matt Miller told me about this, and it's absolutely wonderful, and I want to thank you very much. Thank you.
Carol Warneman.
When I spoke to you 3 times, actually, about reparations, I discussed the large role that tobacco plantations played in slavery. Well, starting in 1925, Big Tobacco found another way to kill and sicken black people: menthol. Now, we're going to fast forward to 2009 now, okay? When the FDA banned all flavors in cigarettes, except for one: menthol. In 2020, this is 11 years later, the FDA finally said, okay, we're going to ban menthol. Well, the thing is, they had to say that because they were sued by my 2 very favorite anti-tobacco groups, ASH, which I've mentioned here many times, and the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council, which is a wonderful organization, and they sued the FDA. So the FDA said, oh, okay, we're going to ban it. And I remember saying something about that here in 2020, that they were going to do it. But if I didn't sound super happy, okay, because I also said, it's going to be a while before the FDA gets around to this. I didn't expect it to be as much of a while as it was. So let's fast forward to 2024. This is now 15 years after they didn't do this in 2009. And they finally did it, okay? They wrote a rule banning menthol in cigarettes and also cigars. And by the way, a little known fact is youths are smoking cigars now as something that's kind of cool to do. Okay. Now, we're talking 15 years So in 15 years, hundreds of thousands of African Americans have been murdered by big tobacco.
30 seconds.
Oh, okay, thanks. So President Biden has to approve this. Thing's been on his desk since the summer. What I want this legislature to do is to write a proclamation and that is urging President Biden to please approve this quickly. And you might
Time,
want to
Carol.
mention in the proclamation, he says we're going to have a cancer moonshot. Well, you know, outlawing menthol cigarettes would be a big step. Anyway, I'm hoping, you know, that somebody here, and especially this would be most powerful, coming from the
Time.
Black Caucus, okay, there will be a collateral benefit to all of you for doing this. It will shut me up about this, okay? Be very effective. And otherwise, I'll be back next month about this, the month after, etc. I want to just end with a quote from the co-chair of the African American Tobacco Control Leadership Council: "We ain't going nowhere."
Red Valentinos.
You'll have to bear with me. I am not a public speaker, and I'm sorry about the name. That is my email handle. Jubilation Schoonmaker is my full name, but I only get that when I'm in trouble. It was brought to the attention of my place of employment last week that the clinic wishes to relocate to the end of the plaza. And a meeting was held by the Next Step Financial Credit Union, by the bank manager himself, and the result of that meeting was, employers and employees within the plaza announcing they don't want the clinic there. Navigation is also a problem. People use iPhones regularly. I can probably guess maybe 2/3 of the people in this room use an iPhone. Apple Maps cannot navigate people through Pine West Plaza, let alone the rest of Washington Ave Extension. We deal with this 3 to 4 times a week, frustrated phone calls, people trying to find their way, and the phone call is 2 to 3 minutes of trying to get them through the plaza, to the plaza, and a park. Due to the use of Apple Maps, I don't think that the clinic would be in a good spot anyway, because then those people are going to get frustrated. They're going to be driving in circles. I've had people come into the office regularly to complain and say that they can't find where they're supposed to go. I don't want addicts or their relatives just as frustrated coming in complaining they can't find the clinic. That's not my job. My job is to get people checked in for acupuncture, not manage addicts having a meltdown. Put simply, there's another issue. I don't think that the plaza can handle any more than what it currently handles for traffic. Ms. Jimenez, bless her heart, was describing 30 to 40 vehicles in an hour going in and out of the plaza, dropping patients off. The plaza floods every time it rains, consistently, regularly, reliably, and the puddles, we'll call them lakes really, get deep enough to run the risk of flooding vehicles, flooding their engines. I don't think that's a good mix to add more vehicles through the plaza than what we already have. I don't think the ground is sinking, but I don't think the plaza can handle any more of the traffic that it has now. Personally, I think that Camino Nuevo is best set either next to a hospital, a mortuary, a police station, or a correctional facility. It does not belong in a nice business location where it is quiet with professional offices, including multiple medical practices, an elderly care facility. We've already got, vulnerable people at that point. And we also have a lawyer's office that really just does not want them there either. And people have stated if this clinic moves in, they're moving out. Property values plummet due to drug activity, especially from the people that would prey on the addicts. We also have the Pine Bush Preserve nearby. Who walks through that preserve? Don't know, don't care, but they're going to step on needles all the time. It's a nice, quiet, removed place should, someone who's preying on an addict actually give them something. And last thing we need is just innocent passersby stumbling over an addict who's losing their mind or an addict that has OD'd. I don't think we need a line of bodies behind the plaza. It's nice and quiet and professional. The clinic is not. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank you all for listening to some of those comments. Some of them can be pretty harsh to hear. I'm here to talk about tenants, people who, rent their homes and are the workers of this county. And between 2016 and 2021, less than 2.5% of tenants had representation in eviction proceedings, while 89% of landlords had representation in eviction proceedings. It's a drastic difference. There was some stats from Q3 in 2022 that found less than 2% of tenants had representation in eviction proceedings, while 92 to 94% of landlords had representation in eviction proceedings. I don't know how many of you have ever been to an eviction proceeding, but when you go to court, what really happens is that a landlord will pull you aside with their attorney. You'll talk to them in the hallway for maybe 4 minutes. You'll get in front of the judge. Usually it's less than 2 minutes in front of the judge, and that is often the difference between if you're going to have a home in 2 weeks or if the judge is nice a month or not. A landlord, or rather an attorney, drastically changes the circumstances here. Right to counsel demonstrates that frivolous law proceedings drop about 40%, which is just a demonstration of landlords recognizing that when a tenant has somebody in their corner, they're less likely to have their rights infringed upon. It delays the timeline of an eviction proceeding when you have representation so that a tenant can be connected to financial assistance, and a multitude of other things. I'm trying to wrap up my time quickly, and I just want to say that I thank this body, I thank Sam Fine, Ms. Cunningham, Andrew Joyce, and all the other folks, including Matt Peter, RIP, who worked on this bill, because I know that Resolution 88 took a lot of work, and it's going to make a really big difference across Albany County in terms of cost savings, in terms of housing stability, and in terms of landlords getting their rent paid, which I know is a really important aspect to this body. Landlords provide housing, tenants provide the rent for that housing. United Tenants assist these tenants in ensuring that when there's a crisis that they come upon, their housing is not at risk because their mother got cancer or a child got sick or they got into a car accident. I just want to add that, and I want to thank you all for all of your work on the Eviction Prevention and Intervention Collaborative. I know it's taken a lot of time, and I'm really excited to get to work on this with Legal Aid. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yvette Alfonso.
Oh, yeah, I reached it. That's good. I wasn't sure I could. Good evening. Happy Women's History Month. I'm glad the legislators here receive flowers, but let's not forget that we have to work for pay equity, because women still receive only 62 cents for every man's dollar. But I really want to talk about the EPIC program and what I think is so important to implement it. I'm a small landlord. I have a house that I rent out, and I do have wonderful tenants, one who's been there about 25 years, which I'm really thankful for. But I think it's important for them to have protection, just in case anything happens. A lot of times people do run into problems because they lose a job, they get sick. I think Canyon just mentioned that. And even people who work full-time don't necessarily make enough money to cover all the expenses. I think the EPIC program is a good way to safeguard the rights of tenants and also of landlords, because it's a way to assure that there's a balance in terms of how people are represented in the courts, and just levels the playing field. I'm also thankful for the part about helping tenants who run into arrears, because that's, again, for all the reasons I mentioned before, can happen to anybody. When I was a tenant, that happened to me a couple of times, as a matter of fact. And so I think it's a humane move to make. I think it's a justice move to make, and I think this legislature is taking a bold step in implementing this. I particularly want to thank Sam Fine, who I introduced this, but also all of you for considering this and for then allotting the money that's already been set aside, but actually voting it into into creation. No, fruition, I guess is the word. Anyway, thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Alfredo Berlin.
Thank you. Normally, I'm on the other side of this. I am the 11th Ward representative in the city of Albany, so thank you for taking time to hear me. I came here mainly to speak about EPIC, but since part of my ward is also impacted by the move to Community Nuevo, I just want to give a couple of quick points on why I believe it's a good move. It creates a location that is more stable, and the most important reason why it's a good move, it's private property. And that gives significant difference in how they can enforce policies on private property. I had a car parked in front of my house all the last winter. Couldn't get it moved. City council representative can't get this car moved, kept paying the tickets. If that car was parked in my driveway, it would have been moved in less than an hour. That's the difference between it being in private property versus it being on public grounds. So I'm open to speak with anyone that wants to speak more on that subject. I have no problems with that. So I just felt the obligation to make those comments since that's my ward. So why am I here? I'm here to thank everyone's hard work on EPIC. This is a great initiative that really showed how county and city can work together to help our residents. I want to thank everyone involved, all the staff, all the elected officials. I want to thank Chairwoman Cunningham for getting us over the finish line. I want to thank you, Sam, Andrew, for all your work over the last year and a half, and all the staff, and all of you that I have called and spoken to on this. It's going to help our residents, and it's also going to help our landlords. So I'm a landlord. Some people may not know that. I own 22 units, 11 of those in Albany County. So why do I believe that's actually going to help landlords? 3 reasons. One, it allows for you to have an other person who is disconnected from the transaction to actually help negotiate a solution to the transaction. 2, it creates stability. One thing that all of us know, that when you have staple tenants and staple residents, that brings up our neighborhoods. It brings up the value of our properties, and it brings up the value in our community. And 3, you've put $100,000 to help fill those gaps. So when the lawyers are negotiating a solution, you've created an opportunity to
30 seconds.
find a solution that they can go to. So this is a strong bill, and I appreciate everyone's hard work, a year and a half of hard work to bring it for you, and thank you for that.
Allie Desinger.
Good evening to the legislature. I just want to thank the individuals who've worked so hard to get this piece of legislation to where it is today. I feel this is a wonderful moment in our county, and I just want to take a moment to celebrate that. For those of you that don't know me, I work part-time at United Tenants. I'm a member of the Working Families Party, but probably most importantly in this role, I am a third-year law student that is about to embark on a career representing tenants and helping ensure that tenants receive due process to the rights that they do have. And I think one thing that I've learned in my time as a law student is that our court system has been built by lawyers to be navigated by lawyers. Simple due process says that no one should enter into a courtroom, whether they have the ability to pay for an attorney or not, without someone representing their interests. And when you're talking about someone's housing, it's particularly important that we keep that person with as much resources as possible to stay in their home. So I'm thankful for the arrears component to be helping as many individuals across the board as can be helped. Because the reality is most tenants want to be able to pay rent. Most tenants want to stay in their house. They want long-term residencies, long-term tenancies. Most of them actually, if I'm honest, want to own a house. But the reality is that life happens and that inflation happens and that cars break down and childcare is expensive and people get sick and people fall behind and they don't know what to do. But knowing that there's going to be a dedicated person to help assist them navigate the court process, to help kick in temporarily on the arrears so that they can pay going forward, that's a huge deal to be able to stabilize tenants, not only in the city of Albany, but within the county. And as a person that's working on passing this at the state level, I really encourage you to understand that we're building out the infrastructure here in Albany so that we're ready to hit the ground running when this is a statewide right that tenants have. So thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to seeing this resolution become law.
Nick Rangel.
Good evening. My name is Nick Rangel. I'm the Executive Director at Legal Aid Society for Northeastern New York. I'm here to speak on the Eviction Prevention Intervention Collaborative, the EPIC program, which is resolution number 88. I want to start by saying thank you to County Legislator Sam Fine, County Legislator Cunningham, and Joyce for their leadership and support of this program, which provides $160,000 to help prevent evictions across Albany County. EPIC is a collaboration between LASNY, UTA, and with support of Albany Law School's clinic programs. This program will prevent homelessness by providing a full range of legal assistance, referrals, information, court help, and advocacy, in addition to rental arrears assistance to eligible households in imminent risk of losing their home. Tenants will be linked to alternative and complementary financial and other supportive services. EPIC will help provide legal services, court help, and information, working with and inside of Albany, Cohoes, and Watervliet City Courts and Colony Town Court to ensure that tenants have housing stability, supportive services, and financial help. Outreach will be conducted in other courts in Albany County to ensure that court personnel and judges are aware of EPIC, and we do ongoing outreach to court systems to inform the courts of all of the many programs Legal Aid offers to tenants here and in our 16 county coverage area. EPIC will complement the city ARPA-funded EPIC, which will focus first on distressed census tracts in the city of Albany, and as resources permit, other households at greatest risk across the city. This funding helps provide rental assistance and arrears payments for at least 20 of the lowest and most vulnerable income households. That's in addition to the hundreds of thousands of dollars that LASNY distributes to needy tenants to help stabilize these communities every year. Programs like EPIC help legal service organizations provide wraparound services as well. When we screen clients for their eviction issues, we also screen their household to see if they need help with their disability application for Social Security income or disability income. We help screen them for other financial benefits like SNAP, which is a nutritional program, and senior legal services for elderly people who need additional help, not just with an eviction, but with their estate planning and end-of-life plans. So all of this funding helps us provide ongoing assistance in the County of Albany and across the region. Thank you.
Debbie Kalor.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Kalora. I am the current board chair of the United Tenants of Albany, and I echo the points of prior testimony in support of EPIC. I'm also an Albany alum, and I am a former legal aid attorney at the Northeastern Legal Aid Society. As a former housing attorney. I represented tenants in housing court throughout the county for 7 years. And legal aid provides a holistic approach to helping tenants in court, not just representing their legal rights and pointing out defenses and negotiating with landlords, but also helping tenants negotiate the financial paths to get help with their back rent. And so this legislation is really important to keep up that representation. As other people have stated, as eyewitness for 7 years, most people go to housing court without representation, and they don't have the tools necessary to negotiate with landlords. The power differential is obvious. Once you go to court with a client, you're providing support for them. You're someone there on their side. Also, you're helping them point out things in a petition that might provide more time for them to stay in the apartment. And this helps the county because providing a tenant with time, for helping a tenant negotiate to get financial assistance, will keep them out of a shelter. And as we know, the shelters cost the counties a lot of money. So this is a really great program in many ways, to help the tenants, to help the landlords, and to reduce the population in our shelters. That's it. Thank you.
Sharon Davis.
We are going to extend the public hearing by a few minutes. We have 3 remaining speakers. Is that right, Clerk? 4? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have some issues with Section 8. I started out with Section 8, receiving a letter from them in September of 23. Up until today, I am still fighting with Section 8. I went to my orientation. They never assigned me a case manager. I was ported out. I requested the port out. Once I was ported out, I was assigned a case manager who never answered her phone. And what she said to me when I did get her was, "I don't answer my phone." Okay, so now if you're not answering your phone, how are you helping me at all? I have sent numerous copies of things that she has requested. Now, when she requests something, I send it out by email, I send it out by fax, and I send it out by postal system. When she does call me back, she is continually asking me for the same information. Now, my thing is, I've been able to maneuver through this system because I've had numerous people help me. I've gone to Common Council. I've actually called Tonka's office. I've called the Attorney General. No one should have to go through this to get an apartment. Now, I did this. How many other people don't know that they have these people that they can go to for help? I mean, there are probably thousands of people out there. And how many people have lost their vouchers because they have case managers like mine who don't care? It's not that we want something that doesn't belong to us. A lot of us have
30 seconds.
We have lived and paid taxes, and now we need assistance. What I need for this council to do, for this legislative body to do, is to fight for us. Fight for the thousands of people who are out there who have vouchers, who are in the process of losing them, or who have to navigate through this process. Thank you.
Allison Williams.
Good afternoon. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Allison Williams. I reside in the South End of Albany. I'm going to be addressing the issues that are critical: mental health challenges, the lack of housing resources that are affecting our community, including my personal story with my son. As a concerned resident, I believe it is imperative that we come together to prioritize and support those who are struggling with mental health issues and the homelessness in our county. Mental health issues are pervasive in our society and in our communities, no exception. Many individuals, including my son, are facing mental health challenges that are exacerbated by a lack of access to proper care and support services. This not only affects their well-being, but it also has a significant impact on their ability to secure stable housing. Furthermore, the shortage of affordable housing options in our county is contributing to the cycle of homelessness for many individuals and families. Without a safe and stable place to call home, it is nearly impossible for individuals to address their mental health needs and work towards a better future. I urge you to consider the following actions to address this pressing issue in our community. Increase funding for mental health services and programs that provide support and treatments for individuals in need. Collaborate with local organizations and agencies to expand access to affordable housing options and support services for those experiencing homelessness. Like there's not enough programs, there's not enough places to put people with mental health issues. The list is crazy. Implement policies and prioritize mental health and housing initiatives to ensure a healthy and more equitable community for all residents. By taking proactive steps, mental health housing issues can create more compassionate and supportive communities for all residents. I am hopeful that together we can make a meaningful difference in the lives of those who are most vulnerable in the need of our help. Thank you for your attention in this matter, and I look forward to working together with you. Thank you.
Mike McGlynn.
Hello. Thank you for permitting me to speak. As our man-made and natural disasters continue, the extreme climate events of global warming will affect our agriculture and food industry sector and our neighbors' food supply. The 2022 Healthy Capital District Initiative report mentions various healthy and safe environment public health problems affecting our neighbors. A county emergency preparedness assessment of the agriculture emergency support function can improve administration of the federal supplemental nutrition assistance program and the state Nourish New York program. To ensure a safe nutritional food supply for our neighbors, will you consider a human resource policy in the county shared services plan to improve the development of our agriculture and food industries, such as the County Agriculture and Farmland Protection Board's governance of state agricultural district laws, the financing of soil and water conservation practices for farmers, and participation in the USDA Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production Program and the New York Food for New York Families program. In addition, will you consider inclusion of the Cornell of the county Cornell Cooperative Extension Services to obtain a portion of Cornell University's $5 million federal cooperative agreement to educate and train food safety inspectors within the agriculture and food industry of Albany County. Also, will you consider speaking with superintendents of school districts, regional BOCES, and the Capital Region Workforce Development Program to use a portion of the National Farm Worker Jobs Program $90 million to finance career and technical education programs, pre-apprenticeships, internships, apprenticeships, beginning farmer programs, and minority and women-owned business entrepreneurships. The increasing global demand for humanitarian assistance, especially safe nutritional foods, needs municipal government participation to improve our public health with an increased production of locally grown food for our neighbors. Thank you.
Charles Robinson. Charles. Matt Leonardo. There are no more speakers.
Is there anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak?
Good evening, members of the body. I'm here on behalf of the West Hill neighbors. I heard a few folks speak about Nuevo Cuevo. I'm not really sure where you guys will move that location, but it needs to leave our community. It's a very vulnerable community that Nuevo Cuevo is. Someone spoke about bodies being behind trash cans, or our children are experiencing a lot of that walking through, going to school. That facility needs to leave our community. We also have another issue that many of you may not be aware of. They've moved the international school into our community that only house migrant kids. It gives the children the opportunity with their parents to have resources. That same resource is not provided to folks in that community. You're now seeing a lot of migrant and our children fighting and feuding against each other. A lot of that is happening over at Albany High as we may speak. Tomorrow, it could probably very much well be a conflict between our children and the children that are migrating into our community. And what I see that problem being is that we're separating our children. We're taking one group of kids and we aren't teaching our children the language barriers that many of us are facing in the communities. Our children can't communicate well with each other because of those language barriers. We aren't teaching our children who are already in the community other languages, yet you're bringing migrants in, teaching them English language classes, and then expect that is going to be that's not going to kind of conflict where the children are at right now. Another issue that we're dealing with is there's already a lot of crime that's happening in our community. So you're setting people up to fail by bringing them into the communities that are already disadvantaged and underserved. And we know by what the state says those communities are. Those are communities that are people of color, black and brown communities. Yet we throw everything into our communities and feel like we're the ones who's supposed to sit idle and say nothing about it when it happens. So I urge you guys, we really don't care where you guys put Nuevo Cuevo. It just needs to leave out of our community where our children have to be subjected to those type of behaviors every day walking to and from school. It's unfair to our children, and it's setting our children up to fail even more. Thank you.
Nicole. The public forum is now closed. Are you raising your hand to speak, sir? You can be the last speaker. Of course.
Hello, my name is John Keevan.
Here, you speak into the mic, please.
I represent a business on Washington Avenue Extension that'll be right next door to the proposed methadone clinic. As you've heard a lot of speakers talking about, we feel there's a need for this service, but as you can see, probably no one really wants it to be right next door. There has to be a better place in the county for this facility. My office building, which I've been there for 30 years as an employee, as a tenant, and now as an owner of the facility, we hire over 100 employees. We're right next door. Our back door backs right into this clinic. I have a concern for my employees, their safety. We work late at night. We have a dark parking lot, and we have the ability, we're just concerned that this is going to bring people to the neighborhood that, as everyone else has been saying, they really don't want to be near communities. We don't want them near children. I don't want them near our employees who work late at night and they leave to go to their cars. And it's not just us. There's other people in our building. We probably have about 150 employees in the city of Albany, and we would hate to see them have to leave the city of Albany. We use this as a great community. We find it as a great recruiting tool to come to our offices, and we hire people every year, at least 10 employees every year. We don't want to lose out to bringing people into the county to work if this happens. So again, as other speakers have mentioned, there is no direct access on a bus line to this facility. We're in a commuter park. The roads are dark. As someone said, there's a lot of potholes there, and honestly, I drive sometimes on the other side of the road coming up the service road because it's too many potholes. You cannot see people walking there, and if people need to go there for services, it'll be very difficult, and I wouldn't want to be responsible for someone walking from Crossgates Mall over almost 2 miles to this clinic. So again, walking through unknown areas, it doesn't seem like the right place for it. And I'd appreciate your consideration into the funding that you're going to give them, that it goes to a place where this place can thrive and is wanted by the neighbors. I mean, that I think is the bottom line. Everyone wants to be a good neighbor, and we would love to have a nice tenant next door to us. Our office building, our back door to our building, which people use, opens right into the facility. So we would hate to have someone leave it late at night, open that door, and be surprised. And I just don't, as a landlord, I really don't want that to
30
happen to my
seconds.
tenants. And thank you very much for letting me speak, and thank you.
Thank you. The public forum is now closed. Before we get to tonight's meeting, there's 2 post-public forum meetings that will take place in the back room, Law and Audit and Finance.
Are people in the back room still? We're going to call the meeting to order. Take your seats, please. Okay, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. As March is Women's History Month, I'm going to invite all the women of the legislature to stand and join me in leading the pledge. Clerk, please call the roll.
Beston. Bergdorf.
Here.
Clay. Clary.
Here.
Collins. Camiso. Conway.
Here.
Cunningham.
Here.
Demolowitz. Drake. Efacoro. Ethier. Feeney. Fine. Graham. Andrew Joyce. Ray Joyce. They're in the back. Kuhn. LaRillard. Lakakis. Lockhart. Mariello. Mayo. McLaughlin. McLean Lane. Miller. Petto. Purley. Plosky. Reedy. Reinhardt. Ricard. Robinson. Rosano. Simpson. Smith. Ward. Whalen. Willingham. I have 34 present.
Clerk, please read Resolution 55.
Authorizing an agreement with In Our Own Voices regarding programming at its LBGTQIA Center.
Anybody wishing to speak? Mr. Bergdorf?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Madam Chairwoman. I spoke a lot about this at the committee meeting last week, about whether this was a good expenditure or a bad expenditure, and I am not making any judgment whether or not it's a good expenditure or a bad expenditure. It might be something that I would contribute to personally. But in looking over the agenda this weekend for the entire legislative meeting, I'm a little concerned that tonight's theme is about throwing more and more tax money or ARPA money or federal grant money or state grant money at problems without a clear plan. This is a sea change in how we spend public dollars. It's clear from tonight's agenda that there is no long-term plan for public investment in Albany County. We've seen bad deal after bad deal to start this year. Let's start with this program. It originally started as a $3,000 proposal to be contributed to a capital program. When people said that really doesn't work, you can't contribute to a capital program, there was another resolution that morphed the $300,000 into payments for monthly meetings at the organization's headquarters at a cost of $300,000 per year. That would provide a single room for five hours a month with availability, the ability to bring in speakers, etc. Now, $300,000 for a year is $25,000 for a month. Well, last week at the committee meeting, I asked a member of the MVP staff what it costs to rent the MVP arena for a night. You know you can rent the MVP arena for $7,500? So instead of paying $2,500 or $25,000 a month to an organization that provides services, you could have I think 40 such sessions at the MVP arena for the 12 sessions that you would get from this organization. It struck me as an absolutely crazy way to funnel money to an organization. Well, they changed that again, and you see we got a new resolution this month, so that once again you still get your 5 hours of time, but you know, some of their rooms are open for access to county departments to provide programming. Well, that programming happens everywhere. It happens in social services. It happens at all sorts of different venues. Why we have to spend $300,000 to do that is just beyond me. And I realize that this is obviously a number of people's favorite organization, and I respect that. But I don't know why we have to. I'm concerned about where we're going in terms of funding the not-for-profit industrial complex in Albany County. It seems there's almost nothing that we can't pledge. Later on in this agenda, we're going to be asked to spend $450,000 for the South End grocery store, so the county can buy it, and everybody admits there is absolutely no plan for what to do with that building. I will tell you, we are bailing out 2 banks, the Broadview Credit Union, and I believe it's Key Bank, and we would get that, so they would be made whole, but nobody is holding the people who had the program disintegrate underneath them responsible.
Mr. Burgdorf, you're at 5 minutes.
Okay. Another 6 figures for every tenant in civil litigation matters. I'll stop there, but I'll tell you, I see a sea change happening here. We've either got far too much money or far too little self-control. And I am going to be taking a new hard look about what we fund and how we fund it. So I'm going to be voting no on a number of these.
Ms. Lakakis?
There's so much that I can say, both to what you just said and to what I was going to say, but I'll start with, I like to laugh about being the self-appointed, gay caucus member here in the body, and because I am the only lesbian on the body, many of you have come and asked me some questions about this opportunity that we have to invest in our own voices. And though I appreciate advocating, and I'm happy to advocate, I'm also, on the one hand, kind of tired of it and looking forward to the time when we don't have to be advocating all the time for everybody, and that we remember that what we're here to do is to take care of the underserved people of Albany County. Under Tondra LeBron, In Our Own Voices have grown over the last couple of years. It's poised to start a program that has never been started in the whole country. They're doing residential housing programs for people who are needed. She serves a lot of the same people that live in our county, the same people that we would be serving anyway, so there's a lot of crossover. I fully support this program. I'm hoping that we can all get behind this because I believe sincerely that this is what we're supposed to be doing. Is we are in business of funding nonprofits to do things for us when we can't do them for ourselves. We fund, senior citizens feeding programs. We fund Marjan programs and community centers. We give money to veterans programs and other aging hospitals, after-school programs. We're talking about getting community centers and all other things. This is just serve the people of the county, and I sincerely hope that you will all support it. Thank you.
Mr. Moriello?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking this evening because this body in the past has provided funding to other nonprofit organizations. Typically what we do is we provide funding for $25,000. I can recall on one instance where we've provided funding for $50,000. But I look at this and it's $300,000. $300,000 is quite a bit of money, and we're now raising the bar. What's to stop other organizations to come before us and ask for this type of funding? So I have no issues with providing the funding for this organization, but not at this level. I mean, that's my primary issue. So before you vote this evening, just think about that. We're raising the bar, and other organizations now can come in and ask us for this type of funding. Thank you.
Ms. Plotsky?
So I rise in support of this resolution. We talk about mental health care, we talk about supporting our youth, we talk about suicide prevention, and you get all of that in this resolution. Anyone who has dealt with mental health issues, dealt with suicide in their family, $300,000 is really a great deal. If you can help prevent one suicide, two suicides in Albany County by having a peer group that supports you for exactly who you are, then I think that's money well spent. So I hope you will join me and Legislative Caucus in supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Willingham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this legislation tonight. In Our Own Voices has been around for 25 years. We're not talking about a fly-by-night organization, but we're also talking about an organization that meets the needs of young people. Things have changed over the last 25 years where we see young people dealing with many mental health issues. In Our Own Voices, they take care of, if you read on here, it says it's for the physical, mental, spiritual, political, cultural, and economic survival and growth of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people, and people of color communities. We know today from the pandemic just how much the cover has been taken off of mental health issues. The services that organization provides is so sorely needed. It's bad enough now, we do understand as our agencies come in front of us every single month telling us how we do not have enough resources to help people with mental health issues. This is something that we need to do. This is a unique organization that zeroes in on a population that is left behind, that is subject to all kind of abuse and hate crimes. So I urge all of you tonight to think about what this is really all about. Talk about $300,000, well, that's a drop in the bucket to the number of people that are out there who we cannot provide resources and services for. Please vote for this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Drake?
In deference to some comments in support of the legislation, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm certain that from colleagues' testimony that it's an organization that's providing some good in our town. And I want to refocus the discussion because I don't think that's in question. I don't think anybody who may oppose the legislation is suggesting that it's not a good cause or that it's doing good work. It's not an Albany County contract, though, for services. It's a giveaway to a nonprofit who ostensibly, we can assume, came to the county asking for $300,000 toward their capital campaign, not $300,000 to administer services. And I think we need to be clear on how we fund. So, for example, if this were the Department of Mental Health and Dr. Giordano came in and said, we have contracted in our own voices to administer mental health services to county residents on such and such a timeline in such and such a way, and it's going to be a $300,000 contract for this fiscal time period, that would be a different resolution than stands before us today. So as legislators, I think we have a fiduciary responsibility, not only in what we spend, but in how we spend it. Tonight, there was a line of people out the door who are popcorn cheerleaders. If we pass this, there will be a line of people from nonprofits out the door looking for 300 grand. We have to be careful what we do. Perhaps there is a better way to support this program, one that clearly delineates what services are provided, to whom, when, for how long, and what the county's interest in those services may be. I understand that by giving money indiscriminately, we ultimately help the organization and may help it in its mission. I'm not disputing that. But as a government, we've now made 3 attempts to try to rationalize handing out $300,000 as a line item. This isn't a contract of service. This is not a Department of Social Services program that we're funding, in which we fund a lot of, right? We are doing that work too as a county, even though we may not be doing it efficiently enough. So I think we need to refocus on this. And we also have to think about the optics. In its own resolution, it indicates it's a political organization. Should we be funding $300,000 to a political organization? Let's just stop and think what we're doing. I understand this is going to happen somehow, but I think we should do it responsibly. And I think we should be careful, as Mr. Morial pointed out, that we're not overindulging on one organization at the expense potentially of others who are looking also for assistance. So I urge you to, whether send this back to committee, whether to vote no, that we find a better way to help in our own voices. Thank you.
Ms. Lockhart, did you want to speak?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to rise to say I support this legislation as well. I believe that I've watched this organization grow over the last 25 years. I've only been here in this body 5 years, and I don't know if I've ever seen this organization come and request funding, or any other organization that addresses the needs that In Our Own Voices addresses. So I find it is a unique opportunity for us to address needs that impact throughout the community, as my colleague Ms. Plosky said. There are a number of issues that are going to be able to be addressed through this organization. They are nationally recognized for the work that they do. They continue to grow in this community. They do a great job of their own fundraising, so it's not just a handout for us. They work hard to raise funds to keep their organization going, to advance their capital project, the facility that they have. So I stand here in support of it. I don't think that we should worry about what's coming next week because we gave money this week to this organization. As someone else said earlier, this is what we're here to do. We are here to support organizations in this community who address a myriad of issues. And right now, there are some lived experiences that are being dealt with In Our Own Voices that I doubt that many of us don't have to deal with in the other organizations that we support, at least not as openly as this. So I think we do ourselves a good service by saying that we are willing to step forward. And if it's a unique opportunity, then we're willing to take that opportunity to help this organization. And I would like to see them come back to us and just show us what were the outcomes of this funding that we hopefully will be granting to them this evening. I do want to see a report. What did you do with it? What has happened? How many lives have been changed? What experiences have you witnessed that you can share with us? We can show that our community is moving forward in a positive way. So I just want to make that reference to my support of this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Lockhart?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm sorry. I just would like to say I think that this program is very valuable in the community. I think that it offers a lot of good things for the community. And I understand the issues that many people are facing, particularly the young people in these areas. Okay? My problem with it is kind of the way it was presented, that it was one thing and it was another, and the amount of money. And standing here today, I'm really not sure what they're going to do with the money. At one time, it was build a room, but we seen something more concrete. I also am reluctant because of the amount, 300,000. So I don't really know what it is, and we're going to give 300,000, which is way above the kind of normal that we give. Not that we always have to just give the same amount to everybody, but I think it should be a little bit more justified for this amount, for so much more. When most of our grants, these funds are coming, 20, 25,000, maybe 30,000. This is, and they very well might need it. I just can't stand here and looking at everything and talking about it, really know what our money's going for. So it's not the work, it's not the need, but it's the financial end of it that I think should be looked at further. And maybe it's only in your own wits to need to come and say, hey, this committee, hey, this is what we do to all of us legislators. This is what we specifically want to use the money for. And this is why we're asking for maybe more than normally other nonprofits ask for. Thank you.
Mr. Kuhn.
Yeah, I have no doubt that this organization does really important work, and that they serve, it sounds like they serve communities that have sometimes been difficult to serve, and we do all kinds of things as a county to promote programs that might be to certain groups that have been more traditionally served in terms of youth activities or sports or whatever. So I've got no problem supporting this organization. I guess I do have a question, because it is a significant amount of money. Is this and I would ask for anybody who knows to answer this question, is this going for some sort of capital expenditure, so that some sort of one-time or non-recurrent expenses, or is this going for just the general operating budget? Because I think that is if they want to do something sort of one-time or extraordinary with the money, I can understand it, sort of the size. But if this is just sort of their general operating budget, it seems like we would have to be doing this again next year. And that isn't to say, I just would kind of like to know more about what precisely this $300,000 is going for.
Ms. McLean-Lee.
Thank you very much for recognizing me, Chairwoman. So in examining their 990 filing, their tax filing this year, there's one paid employee that I can tell. And I do agree with my colleague, Mr. Kuhn's comments, like what is this? Is it go to capital, operating, et cetera, programmatic stuff? Is there going to be another person hired to handle this new program? I think the total expenditures for salary is, back in 2022, was $139,202 for one employee. So I'm sort of hoping we could determine if this is going to hire new employees, or, and I do agree with Mr. Q's comments, like what, would we have to come back and revisit this if it does hire somebody, or, because I do agree, I actually think they're an awesome organization. And I have met with them many times. I've had two people in my life who sadly ended their own lives through what they went through with the issues they were facing that this organization could solve for them. So, you know, we normally do these grant programs in the, you know, these grant programs for nonprofits, and they're these smaller amounts. They have, according to the 990, about $2.1 million in the operating budget, sort of. I'm assuming that's from grant applications and fundraising. They do a very good job of fundraising. So I'm just, I guess, just wondering what the program is.
My understanding is that it is going for programmatic services, and I thought we had talked about that in committee.
The resolution also says that we're going to be having an agreement with them, so.
It contemplates an agreement. Thank you, Ms. Lakakis. Any other discussion? Mr. Bergdorf.
Madam Chair, I hope I did not give people the wrong impression. It's not that I do not support the organization or its mission. I am concerned about the trajectory we're on in awarding large sums of money to not-for-profits with extremely limited information. This went through the ARPA committee, didn't go to finance, nobody got a chance to ask any questions.
It was a community improvement issue.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. It did go out. I'm sorry about that. One of the things I've been told is that and I don't begrudge anybody a great salary, but the executive director of this organization, I am told, makes more than many of our commissioners. I guess I would have loved to have seen a financial dossier of the organization. I don't know what was included in the RFP or whatever, but there are lots of questions here. As I said before, this is an organization. I know people in the groups that it represents and tries to help. In fact, I was concerned that there wouldn't be services available to people outside the community, and they're right around where their meeting house is. But this is something I would and will personally make a contribution to. So it's not about the organization or the clients, but you're going to see in other things tonight. I may have similar concerns about where we're going and how we're spending money. And this is just a question, people, we got to start thinking and coming up with a strategy that's other than let's write a check to somebody. So anyway, with that, there's my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Bararo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I've read through this resolution, and I see that what this organization is trying to accomplish is to have a youth drop-in center, physically expanding services to youth and populations that are very much underserved. And as we continue to look throughout Albany County, the city of Albany, more in particular, and Albany County as a whole, we see a lot of gun violence and public safety issues that we are having to deal with currently throughout the county of Albany. And we cannot just sit here and pretend as if we don't have these issues going on that need to be addressed as soon as possible in whichever way that they can be addressed. What this funding is going for is a youth programming that can provide services to the youth, places where parents can drop off their kids, and this is going to be a partnership with multiple county agencies that are going to be providing resources to help youths in Albany County. And we should not be nitpicking on providing money for an organization such as this to provide services for our residents. It's just $300,000. And I say it's just because $300,000 is really just. There are people in this room that earn $300,000 in a year. This is going to an organization to provide services to people in Albany County, and I think this is the right thing to do because we have the dire need of it right now in Albany County.
Thank you, Mr. Efakoro. Two
Can
more.
the chair of the council, Mr. Efakoro, point to where we can find the detailed information on the collaborative work and the agencies and what will be done?
I'm sure you can talk to him offline for that.
Because
Mr.
if
Conway.
they testified that that was the case.
I know,
it was
Mr. Conway.
Just
Thank you, Madam Chair.
$300,000.
It's actually
Madam Chairwoman. just 300, I suggest.
We heard you.
Well,
We
the
heard you.
beneficiaries
Mr.
can
Conway.
make the donation themselves.
You're not recognized, Mr. Drake.
Of
Mr.
course
Conway.
I have no issue with the program or anything like that. I feel that $300,000 is an extraordinary amount of money. And as Legislator McLaughlin said, we can see how the money is spent, and why couldn't we start with a smaller amount of money and have it come back, and then we can revisit the whole situation. I feel that $300,000 is a large amount of money, so I would like to see how it is spent, and then we can come back to it.
Thank you. Long roll call vote, please.
Bergdorf. Cleary.
Yes.
Camiso.
Yes.
Conway.
No.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
No.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Larillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes, please.
Lockhart.
No.
Murriello.
No.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Petto.
Yes.
Purley.
No.
Pulaski.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes.
Ricard.
Aye, Madam Chair.
Robinson.
Yes.
Rosano.
Yes.
Smith.
No.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
$27 yes, 17 no.
Resolution passes. Clerk, please read Resolution 74.
I'm sorry, 7 no. My bad.
7 no.
Okay. Yeah, 27 yes, 7 no.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Please read 74.
Public hearing on proposed local law number B for 2024, a local law of the County of Albany, New York, amending Chapter 288 of the Albany County Code to ban speed, contest, and stunt behavior.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. Please read 88, please.
Authorizing an agreement with the Legal Aid Society of Northeastern New York and United Tenants of Albany regarding the Eviction Prevention Intervention Collaborative.
Mr. Fine?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, we're in a housing crisis in Albany County, throughout the state. I think we all recognize that. We see housing becoming less and less affordable. We see homeless people out on the streets because they don't have anywhere to live. We see this all in our communities and the districts that we represent, some more than others, but this is a major issue and a crisis that we're facing. So this law, this resolution, this program, EPIC, is really about fairness. When you go into housing court, there's a major disparity in who has representation and who doesn't. So for example, in the city of Albany, only about 2% of tenants have representation, while about 90+% of landlords have legal representation. So EPIC is about fairness, it's about leveling that playing field. I want to point out, when you're facing criminal prosecution, you have a guaranteed right to an attorney. Supreme Court decided this in Gideon versus Wainwright. When you're going into housing court, you don't have that right. We need to recognize the unique situation a tenant is in housing court. Oftentimes, they're in a situation where they and their family are at risk of losing housing, they're at risk of becoming homeless, having their whole life uprooted. So I feel that the least we can do for them is to make sure they have an attorney by their side, representing them, and making sure that they get the support that they need.
And I want to point out that this program is about more than legal representation. It's about an attorney there to help connect them, find them services so that they can get the resources they need to stay in their homes. And if they are evicted, because people will still be evicted with this program, even with an attorney, they will help them transition to the next part of their life. This program also has $100,000 for rental arrears. So that will help tenants stay in their home, and that's money that's going to go to landlords. So I recognize the housing crisis has been tough on tenants and on landlords, especially a lot of the smaller landlords. And this program was crafted with that in mind. This $100,000 in rental arrears is going to make landlords whole. And that's a good thing. We should do that. Now, I think this is the proper role of what we're doing in government. We find a problem, a major issue that we're facing in this county, and we're coming up with a solution, providing money to a nonprofit organization to address this issue to make a positive difference in people's lives. I just want to address a little bit more concerns with landlords, because I understand this is a valid concern. As I mentioned, tenants and landlords are both facing difficulties because of the housing crisis. So when both the landlord and the tenant have an attorney, it often leads to a much smoother process and better outcomes for everyone. Because both of those attorneys can communicate with each other. They're on the same page. They can come up with a solution that works for everyone. This is why REBNY, the Real Estate Board of New York, they actively supported the Right to Counsel program for tenants facing eviction in New York City. REBNY is not an organization that you generally see out there on the front line supporting tenant rights, but they recognize that this is a fair program. It's about fairness, and it provides better outcomes for both tenants and landlords. And so, I think this is a really important program. It's going to be really impactful for constituents throughout all of our districts. I'm proud to introduce this, proud to support it. I appreciate everyone, both inside this legislative body and advocates who support it as well, who brought this to where it is today, and I urge everyone to vote yes.
Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support this because I think it's a good program, because for two reasons. Number one, I think everybody should be represented legally when they're in court. And number two is I do believe it will help landlords get paid for rental payments that haven't been paid. But there is still, you mentioned 90% of landlords are represented. There's still 10% that I'm concerned about. And I'm concerned about those landlords that may live in a family home that rent out the second floor flat so that they can make ends meet. They're in the same financial situation, and I would like our county, if we're going to be using public funds to fund the tenant side of it, I think we should take a look at a program that would support the landlords, that 10% that are not represented and may have income limitations as well to defend themselves. And I brought this up a year and a half ago when this program was first talked about, and it didn't get in the RFP. And I would like to request that we do a resolution here to include landlords in this program as it goes along.
Mr. Demolowitz?
Thank you. I spoke exactly that in the committee tonight, Sean. I certainly admire Sam bring this forward for his constituents, but it's so lopsided that it's hard for me to support. I'm thinking about, as Sean is, I'm thinking about the two family-owned property, may have one or two, who don't have lawyers on staff. They want to hire somebody for an eviction. Going to cost them $1,500. That's a concern of ours. And we were discussing it, and in the future, it might be something we can look at for the landlords to come forward with, which I look forward to, and looking forward to working with. Sam, I can't support your resolution tonight. Next year when it comes up again, which I'm sure it will, for refunding, we're doing something for the landlords, particularly the small family-owned property owner. A guy who's got one or two units that subsidizes income for his family, that he puts a lot of time and effort in, take it from a guy who's owned property in this city for over 40 years. He's the guy I'm thinking about, and that woman I'm thinking about. And not all the money's going to pay the landlords, as Sam said. They're gonna, the lawyers are gonna make 60, 70, whatever, $100,000, $6,000, $60,000 is it? The lawyers are gonna make it. Who's gonna help the small guy on Berkshire Boulevard when he's gotta go to court? He's gotta pay for his own lawyer, $1,500, $2,000. There's nobody from Albany County standing next to that guy trying to help him pay his loan. But Gary Demalowitz is here tonight to say, we gotta look at this, and I'm here to speak for that guy up on Berkshire Boulevard, but he's gotta be heard. Thank you.
Ms. McLean Lane.
Thank you very much for recognizing me. I will use just a quick example and make it snappy. I know somebody who makes just a little under the total money from 13 units, and it is their salary, is just a little under $4,000 a year. On average, there's about 2 evictions, something that this individual absolutely hates doing, but they do it on their own. To hire an attorney to just retain them is $1,500. It's actually about $3,500 to $5,000. To perform those evictions, that would bring their income down to $30,000. And it's a fixed income because this person's a senior citizen. And additionally, I'd like to add that that decision was done in the Supreme Court because the state automatically has an attorney paid for by the taxpayers. So therefore, the defendant should absolutely have an attorney paid for by the taxpayers so that they can have a qualified defense, no question about it. I am aware there is a housing crisis. It is extremely upsetting when I hear that people have to be coming up with, when they have been in Section 8, whatever, this is happening in my own district, it's very angering, and they have to come up with 4 times, reapply for their apartment, and come up with 4 times the monthly rent and salary every month. They've lived there for 12 years, made to reapply, and then they're out. And then they redo the apartment, jack up the rents. This is happening everywhere. It's very upsetting. I am very upset that I can't support this tonight. We did talk about this a year and a half ago. Thank you for noting that, Mr. Ward, that there would be something that we could find for these small landlords. And to Mr. Drake's point that he made about a year and a half ago, these LLCs, they're required by law to have an attorney. But those small landlords, 10% that Mr. Demalowitz is talking about, these are not, 13 units and your entire salary is $45,000, a little bit under. You know, the 2-unit person or the 3-unit person, they're probably making about $16,000 a year, $17,000 unless they have some really fancy apartment. So I just have to say my thing.
Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Legislator Klein's passion, and I know it's genuine, Sam, but you said something really struck me. You said this is about fairness. It sure is. What we're seeing here is a civil dispute between 2 private parties and the government taking sides. That's unfair, and it's never fair. The fact of the matter is, and I asked in committee, will some of this money go to help tenants with legal assistance during court? The answer is yes. Will some of this money go to landlord assistance while they're in court? The answer is no. This is unfair to landlords. And by the way, if we really want housing, we have to be nicer to landlords. I've known landlords that have quit being landlords after COVID because the people abused the system and they wouldn't pay them the rent. So the way to create more affordable housing is to have more landlords, and it's awful hard to be a landlord in the city of Albany. And I think landlords talk my ear off. But fundamentally, the government should not be taking sides in the civil dispute. It's wrong, and it's not fair, and I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Drake.
At the heart of this matter, the concept is, I think I've learned here in government the last few years, is if you want to see money spent, you use the word crisis. So the housing crisis, I view it differently. It's a crisis of people unwilling or unable to pay for housing, and that's an economic problem. It cannot be solved by lawyers. It has to be solved economically. So the first argument and criticism I would make of this is that it's not enough money for rental arrears. $100,000, Mr. Ecaforo said $300,000 is nothing. $100,000 is pocket change in the amount of rent overdue probably in Albany County. I don't have those statistics, but let's agree that it's got to be a lot more than that. So when I think of this, we're putting our thumbs on the scale. So we're going to support, as Mr. Grimm pointed out, we're going to support one side of the equation. We've got people coming to court who are unrepresented potentially and who are respondents in a civil matter between two private parties. Then we also have the other side who are the petitioners. So that would be the property owner petitioning to recover whatever damages they see fit and seek to prove in court. This is very straightforward. It's part of our justice system. It's called summary proceeding. Generally, this could be performed pro se. However, the laws in New York State have become exceedingly complex. They're certainly pro tenant, I think that's reasonable to say, but they're very complicated. So the average property owner may not understand fully what his or her rights are in the proceeding. All of these things can be true without being exclusionary of the goal to help housing and homelessness. This should be funding attorneys for every party, regardless of income or size, or none of that matters. You're a participant in a civil litigation. Two parties. It's not the government prosecuting the accused. It's a disagreement. It's a breach of contract or seeking to prove a breach of contract. So we need to remain in view of what we're actually talking about here. How do you stop homelessness? You help people pay their rent early, before they get to court. Because going to court costs money, and that drives the cost of housing up. It's an economic situation. It's a cycle. It's actually a cycle of despair. The worse it gets, the harder it is for the property owner to provide inexpensive housing because they can't afford to do all the things they need to do to keep up the property. And I think Ms. McLean brought up a great example. Fixed income, where do they come up with the extra $3,000, $4,000? Plus, by the way, the lost rent. If you want to help get them the money sooner, get them the financial literacy training that they need, get them in the right housing, and by the way, help make our economy stronger. These are all things that would make sense when it comes to combating homelessness. So tonight, my main concern is it's not enough money to help with rent in any meaningful way. Not at all. We're very congratulatory about it. But by the way, we fund DSS to a significant tune for this. Safety net, RSS, standard social services, housing subsidies and so forth, Section 8, federal programs. There's a lot of that out there. There probably needs to be more until we can fix this economic situation. But if we're going to fund attorneys in a civil litigatory matter, it must be both sides. Must be both sides. This is not a reasonable way to use taxpayer dollars in support of one party over another. And yes, Ms. McLean is correct. Attorneys are required for landlords in court if, in fact, they own the property under the protection of a limited liability or corporate entity, which many people do here in New York State, for the simple protection of their own family savings and their own future. And because it's required, they're spending that money unwillingly. Nobody's going to court to the tune of $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 because they just have it out for somebody. They're going to court because they have to find a way to resolve it. And the only solution for a disagreement is for a judge, not an attorney. Attorneys don't help the petitioner, by the way. For a judge to say, you, sir, or you, madam, must be accountable for your part of the agreement, whatever it may be, and whatever that judge decides, and order that that restitution be paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Long roll call vote. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ethier.
Just a brief thing that seems to be a little controversial. Sam, is there any chance in this to maybe change the language a little bit to help the homeowners? Is it too late to?
My understanding is it's too late because the RFP's already gone out. It's been responded to. You can't change it now, but as I said in the committee meeting earlier, I will happily support a program that's targeted towards landlords in need. I think that's a good idea. A lot of people have expressed that, and I think we should move forward with that after tonight.
It's too late now to change the language?
It's too late to change now, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reinhardt?
Thank you. I just want to say I'm a small landlord. I'm very familiar with both sides of the issues that have been described tonight. I would like to suggest that, given the comments that have come from various people in this body, I think that we will, in fact, have the gumption to actually address the issue that I think, Sean, you said it first. I know you said it in the caucus the other night, and I agree with you then. We should be doing something for the small landlord. I think that is one of the places where we actually can most logically find more affordable housing, is by making it easier, not harder, for small landlords to be in business and to be entrepreneurial. So I want to encourage that. And I think that if we pass this and then we do something, as Sean and others have suggested and Gary has alluded to, address this, I think we have, the willingness to do that in the body. So I'd say I'm going to support this tonight, and then I want to do that next step as soon as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. Mr. Purley?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. With all due respect to my colleagues, the idea of taking up subsequently something we might take up on behalf of landlords really doesn't address the fundamental unfairness of the piece of legislation we're asked to vote on tonight. When you talk about landlords and tenants, there seems to be sort of a narrative, a mythology about sort of heroes and villains, right? Earlier Mr. Takis said in a different context, we're here to take care of the underserved. Well, and I think I've raised this before, but it bears repeating. My mom and dad retired. They lived in Altamont. When they turned 85, they moved in with my sister into an in-law apartment. Their only asset, they survived on Social Security, their only asset was their 2-bedroom bungalow in Altamont, which, as part of the plan when they moved into my sister's, they were going to rent out. And that would help pay the rent to my sister and help them, meet their ends at age 85. They rented it out. The tenant paid the first month, never made another payment again. 18 months the tenant stayed in the house, never made another payment. Wound up trashing the house. My mom and dad did not have a penny to their name to defend their rights. Fortunately, they had a son who went to law school, right? So I could take up the case on their behalf. But if that weren't the case, they would have been up proverbially you-know-what creek, right? When we talk about we're here to represent the underrepresented, I would say people who have lived in Albany County all their life, paid taxes, never availed themselves of any government services, they are the underserved. And they're the people. And in that situation, if my mom and dad had to present their own case, and on the other side, they saw this tenant represented by a lawyer, paid for by the taxpayers of Albany County, that is a fundamental unfairness that is inherent in this legislation. So I urge you all to vote no.
Okay, long roll call. Oh, Mr. Ward?
Thank you. Madam Chair, I respectfully say and disagree that it's too late. I mean, it's an RFP, and we as a legislature have a right to vote yes or no. It's never too late. That's our job. And I mean, I didn't realize how many people felt the same way I did. But if the majority of us feel that way, maybe we should send this back and reissue the RFP to include those landlords that need help. I mean, the only issue is time here.
Yeah,
I think there's a deadline, but it doesn't roll out.
Mr. Fine.
I think that, of course, you can always vote yes or no. That's always our option. I believe it's too late to make a change to the program now and vote on it tonight. You can clarify with one of our attorneys. But this process, as you know, it's been going on over a year now. Get this RFP out, get the response, evaluate it. We've set aside the money over a year ago now. I think it'd be very difficult to send this back to committee and start all over again. I think we're at the point where we gotta move this forward for a vote. But I do.
But a year ago, we had these same issues. People were explaining that landlords needed protection too, a year and a half ago. And it didn't end up in the RFP. And that's the issue that I think everybody's talking about.
The program did evolve from the initial program. So, my belief is this program is fair. I think the rental arrears part is a very important piece of it, and that is a benefit for landlords, and it helps them and makes them whole. I do think it makes sense to have a separate program for landlords who are facing, landlords in housing court, who are in need. You know, I think we can have a targeted program to do that. You have my full support for that. I'll work with you. I'll work with anyone here who wants to do that. But I think the program as is a very strong program that will make a positive impact on residents throughout the county, and is both fair to tenants and landlords. And I think especially because of the rental arrears piece, and especially because, you know, as I mentioned, I think we have to recognize too the situation that, you know, the tenant is in. I understand it's difficult for both sides. Landlords are facing a tough situation too. But, you know, when you're in a situation where you don't own a property, you don't have anything, and you're about to lose your housing, you don't know where you're going to go next. So that's a situation that I can't imagine. I've never been in. I'm sure most of us in this room can't imagine being in that situation. I think we have to try to put ourselves in those shoes and think about, you know, what we can do to help those people. And we should also help the landlords. I'm not, you know, I think we need to.
I've heard from many landlords in my district that have two-family homes that have been in their houses since the 1800s, one of them. And of course, they haven't been, but their families own the house since the 1800s. And their tenants aren't paying rent. And they have no recourse. They might be going after $3,000, and they have to pay the attorney $3,000 up front to be represented. That's wrong.
Yes.
And for us to be a part of that without, it's one-sided, Sam. And I agree with this program. I like it. But we gotta take care of those landlords that need the help too. It is a two-way street here. I believe everybody should be represented in court.
All right, I have Ms. Lockhart and.
Call the question.
Call the question. Up or down? Well, why don't we finish with Ms. Lockhart and then we'll call the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a kind of procedure question, to be honest with you. I don't understand why an RFP was sent out before we voted. But when we get.
Well, the funding hasn't been awarded. There was RFPs that were sent out to interested parties who responded, but no, this legislation tonight, or this resolution, would authorize the funding, which is encumbered from 2022. So if we're going to do this program, tonight's the night. If not, we'll revisit the issue and come back later with a different funding mechanism.
But if the RFP issue wasn't there, would we have just put this to committee and discussed it more?
Yeah, it went through committee.
I know, but there seems to be a lot of, still more.
Well, it was reported out favorably to two committees, Social Services and Law. Why don't we have the roll call vote?
Bergdorf.
No.
Cleary.
Abstain.
Abstain. He does. He got it. Yeah.
You can abstain.
Camiso. Conway.
No.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
No.
Drake.
No.
Epicoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
No.
Feeney.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Grimm.
No.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
No.
Muriello.
No.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
With a heavy heart, no.
Miller.
Aye.
Petto.
Yes.
Pearlie.
No.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes.
Ricard,
Nay. No.
Robinson,
Yes.
Rosano,
Yes.
Smith,
No.
Ward,
No.
Willingham.
Yes.
I have 14 no and 19 yes. And 1 abstention. So I have 19 yes, 14 no, and
So
1
that
abstention.
happens, it doesn't get 20.
The res-
You're gonna get 20, right?
Right, the resolution is not approved. Ms. Plotsky?
I'm just curious under what, I don't want to pry, but under what circumstances may a legislator abstain when it doesn't involve a specific entity? Like, I'm not, when I have to abstain myself from things that involve GTSD, because I work for DMV. But there are many people in here who own rental property, maybe people who rent. So I'm just curious how we can abstain from this particular code, which is nothing personal, I just don't understand that.
Mr. Cleary?
I heard this one word go off, and I viewed his appearance, and then I read other people's opinion. So I abstained on this one vote. It's probably, I've never abstained before. And I always vote with the Dems, as everybody knows. But this one I abstained on, because I wasn't sure how it should go. So that's why I abstained.
Yeah, those are, right, those are not the grounds for abstentions.
Are you saying I can't abstain on the thing?
Well, you can, but you have to have grounds for abstaining.
Because I think that the bill should be redone like
Those are-
Sean Ward said.
Those are not grounds for abstaining.
Like I could abstain since I, my family is rental property, I could say.
So you're saying I need a reason to abstain?
You don't need a reason, you go to the restroom, not
No,
That's not abstention. You're allowed to do that. Put me down as no.
Mr. Cleary, what is your vote?
happens all the time.
Get your gavel, ladies.
Mr. Cleary?
Abstain. That
Okay.
was my vote. I can't do that?
Okay. The resolution is not approved. Okay, clerk, please read Resolution 106. This failed. Clerk, please read 106.
Authorizing an agreement with Acro Corporation of America for the purchase of a truss bridge for the Albany County Rail Trail over SR 85 in the town of Bethlehem.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution is approved. Please read 107.
Amending Resolution Number 274 for 2022 regarding engineering services for capital projects at the MVP Arena.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. Please read 108.
Authorizing a just compensation award regarding property acquisitions required for the installation of a replacement culvert located at the County Route 405 8-Mile Creek Bridge in the town of Westerlo.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 109.
Authorizing an agreement with the Capital Region Transportation Council regarding professional transportation, engineering, and planning services.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 110.
Authorizing an agreement with Creighton Manning Engineering for design services regarding the County Route 352 bridge replacement project in the town of Rensselaerville.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 111.
Authorizing an agreement between Albany County and the New York State Department of Transportation for design and right-of-way services regarding the replacement of County Route 352 bridge over Fox Creek in the town of Rensselaerville.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution is approved. 113. Oh, wait, 112.
Authorizing agreements regarding the expanded in-home services for the elderly program.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 113.
Authorizing an agreement regarding the Safe Harbor New York initiative.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 114.
Authorizing an agreement with Parsons Child and Family Center regarding the participants achieving through hard work program.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 115, please.
Authorizing an agreement with the CARES of New York regarding services for unsheltered persons.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 116.
Authorizing agreements with various municipalities regarding non-referral items for the Albany County Planning Board.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 117, please.
Authorizing the submission of a grant application to the American Association of Retired Persons regarding the Ramp and Roll program.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 118.
Amending Resolution Number 368 for 2022 regarding congregate meal services for seniors.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 119.
Amending Resolution Number 365 for 2022 regarding home delivered meals for seniors.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 120.
Amending Resolution Number 361 for 2022 regarding adult date services for seniors.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 121, please.
Authorizing an agreement regarding excess workers' compensation insurance coverage and amending the 2024 Albany County budget.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 121, please.
Extending distribution grant number 11 and amending the 2024 Albany County budget.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution's approved. 123, please.
Authorizing an agreement with Partners for Justice regarding client advocate services.
All those in favor? Oh, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first begin by saying that state grants in general, I think, should require more scrutiny, and I've mentioned this many times. The recent DA issue was a great example where a state grant, a pass-through, should have gotten more scrutiny, and I think Resolution 123 needs more scrutiny, and that's what I intend to give right now. The Constitution and New York courts make it clear that every indigent defendant is entitled to a professional and adequate defense, and I agree. That's what they're getting now in Albany County. The question is, what about our priorities? This grant would send nearly $400,000 to the Public Defender's Office for 2 advocates from a national firm that has its headquarters on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. And those advocates would be embedded in the Public Defender Office. Here's some important budget numbers. The DA office here in Albany County in 2022, the budget was $6 million. The Public Defender Office in 2022 was $6.7 million. Relative parity between the two entities. In 2024, in this executive budget, the DA's office is $7.2 million, and the Public Defender Office is $10.9 million, up 60% in 2 years. The support for alleged criminals, and they're alleged, should not be more than people prosecuting and protecting victims. So the real question on this resolution is, what is your priority? This grant is unnecessary and imbalanced, and I vote no. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Nay.
Long roll call vote.
Long roll call, please.
Bergdorf.
No.
Cleary.
Yes.
Camiso.
Yes.
Conway.
No.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
No.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Grimm.
No.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
Larillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
No.
Murriello.
No.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Pedo.
Yes.
Purley.
No.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes.
Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
No.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
$26 yes, 8 no.
Resolution passes. Please read 124, please.
Authorizing an agreement with Health Research regarding the Medical Reserves Corps, state, territory, and tribal nations, representative organizations for Next Generation Grant Program, and amending the 2024 Department of Health budget.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 125, please.
Authorizing an agreement with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation and the New York State Department of Health regarding the septic system replacement fund and amending the 2024 Department of Health budget.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 126, please.
Authorizing an agreement with Northeastern Rescue Vehicles for the purchase of an ambulance and amending the 2024 Sheriff's Office budget.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 127, please.
Authorizing an agreement with the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee regarding the 2024 Police Traffic Services Grant.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 128, please.
Authorizing an agreement with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development regarding the Community Project Funding Grant and amending the 2024 Sheriff's Office budget.
Mr. Drake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a quick moment to offer up that this is a great opportunity to directly affect homelessness, an excellent program. And when I gave some words earlier regarding the failed resolution from this evening regarding homelessness prevention, et cetera, and housing crises, this is the kind of thing I would urge our body to continue to work on. This gives people a year to find alternative arrangements and get on their feet. So this is wonderful. Thank you.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 129, please.
Authorizing an agreement with Securus Technologies regarding telephone services at the Albany County Corrections and Rehabilitative Services Center.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 130, please.
Approving the 2024 Albany County Stop DWI Plan and authorizing an agreement with the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 131, please.
Authorizing agreements with participating municipalities regarding emergency medical technician services.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 132, please.
Authorizing agreements with participating municipalities regarding advanced life support services.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 133, please.
Authorizing an agreement with Northern Rivers Family of Services regarding Raise the Age, enhanced case management, and community support.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 134, please.
Declaring a parcel of real property located at Century Street and Livingston Avenue in the city of Albany no longer necessary for public use.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 135, please.
Authorizing the conveyance of real property located at Century Street and Livingston Avenue in the city of Albany.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 136, please.
Authorizing the purchase of
Mr.
real...
Ethier? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those who doesn't know, the sports gate center in Cohoes was closing. Prior to that was the Cohoes Community Center. It was a very active thing in our area, Green Island, whatever, and so on. So when I found out they were going to sell, the rumors going around, I had contacted Bill and Sean. We both agree, we all agree that this might be a good asset to hang on to. So I called Danny McCoy. I spoke to him a couple of times, and then he said, well, I'll meet with the owner. So we scheduled a meeting, and Bill and I and Sean, and the city, the director, Steve Napier, we met with Danny and his staff and the owner. We went through it after about a couple hours, we were still over, and that was back in September. And Danny left with a good feeling, and we talked in through September until it was finally called about. But in the meantime, it was up and down, back and forth. So myself, I didn't reach out to none of you, like trying to swing one or the other. I see, let it take the system. And it took the system, and I was very pleased. But I did mention it to Joanne, when she became the chairman, because I let her know what we were doing prior to her becoming chairman, just for knowledge. So this came about very fast. All of a sudden, it got passed by the county executive. He went to the owners of the trade family, and they also agreed. So they were finally finalized. And Dan told me, and then it was going to go to the audit finance committee. So there's no time to reach out to anybody. Not that I was hoping we wouldn't have to. But the finance committee voted unanimously. I think it was Colbert mentioned, Burdoff mentioned that this is a good use, not only because it's my district, there's the homes. It's good for everybody, including the northern part of the county. So I think the county is making a wise move to service the residents of Albany County. Not only Cohoes in my district, but Water Leak, Green Island, northern part of the county. And they have no recreation facilities up there at all, no more. It'd be kind of hurtful to the residents. So I haven't seen the light in it. You've all seen the light in it so far, and I hope you all support this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ethier. Mr. Ricard.
Thank you. Just to add a couple of things that my esteemed colleagues said. As many of you know, I represent one of the poorer districts in Albany County. Many of my constituents are struggling to against me. They certainly can't afford health club memberships, whether it's $10 a month, $40 a month to go to the bank, or whatever the case may be, they can't afford it. So like Bill said, we talked with the county executive, with the staff, we've had constant communication with the staff about this endeavor. I think it's a win-win for everybody, I really do. Because I believe that the health and the overall societal benefits of having a county-owned facility in the city of Cohoes would be a great asset, and I think it's beneficial for all, because we really can't quantify the results of this purchase, because these individuals, youth, and the elderly, will have the opportunity to visit this facility. Many people say, oh, yeah, the youth, we're going to be off the street. I can tell you, I get a lot of calls from constituents that are elderly that love the pool, the aquatic center. They go in there every morning, they miss it, they don't have that opportunity. They don't have transportation, by the way, to go to the So that's why it's a great opportunity. hope everyone will unanimously support this and vote favorably. Thank you.
Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was at the grand opening in 1971 as a 9-year-old. Gil Ethier was there as an adult. And I know that because he coached in Little League, he coached his son and I years ago. But anyway, this has been a gem in the northern end of the county for those decades. And unfortunately, finance has gotten away, and the capital costs gotten away. But I am elated that Albany County, what the county executive in this legislature has done over the last decade with regard to parks and recreation. And I was a former parks and recreation guy too. So we have expanded our program for the entire county. And the recent announcement by the executive, and I know the chair had something to do with it as well in the discussions, but the recent announcement to purchase this facility and build a new facility will be a great service to Albany County residents to provide indoor recreation that is really lacking in this entire county. And if you go to other parts of the state and the nation, most of the recreation facilities are run by counties. And we're very fortunate with what has been done the last few years here with our recreation program, because many people, including myself, I have become an avid pickleball player in my part-time retirement status. In the county, I've participated in county programs, and I was actually attending the Gateway when they closed Sunday. And I still have to challenge my colleague, Mr. Cleary, because I heard he's a championship player himself. But I don't want to belabor the point anymore. I think this is a great opportunity for Albany County to pick up this facility and enhance our programs even further.
Ms. McLean Lane?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I know that I can be rather verbose, but I don't think I've ever gotten up this many times in a meeting. I just wanted to say that I think every community deserves a community center. It is something that is sorely lacking in Albany County. In the town of Colony, they divested themselves of sort of a bureau, wraparound services, and then they divested themselves of the playground program, which was like over 300 families depended upon that for their summer childcare. And community centers and youth centers are the places where people can go, whether or not it's to get exercise, to have some kind of childcare, or everybody in the community can go. Because, my colleague is right, Mr. Ricard. I can't even afford, day camp for both my kids, and my family does better than most. At $4,000 a month is what it costs now. So I can only imagine how hard it is for people in the lower income areas of our county. But everybody should have access to it, and I commend this body, and I commend our county executive and my colleagues and co-hosts for putting this forward.
Mr. Bergdorf?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I had the fortunate opportunity to talk to both Billy Ricard and Billy Ethier about this before it went on the Audit and Finance Committee agenda. And I just wanted to, if we were buying capital for the county, I wanted to completely understand the financial implications of the capital. And they were absolute gentlemen who opened up the city of Cohos's information about how much the individual had paid for it, how much they reinvested it, what the assessed valuation was, and why the purchase price was what it was, which is a little bit more than the appraised valuation, which was made for a building without a pool, which seems a little odd. So there's certainly an upward adjustment. But I saw it as an opportunity. Everybody thinks everyone in the suburbs has a lot of money. There are lots of places where you can join a club for the summer or the winter, or you can join the Sakati Center for your family, but that's going to cost you anywhere between $800 and $1,000 a year. And not everybody has the ability to do that. So I looked at it for folks in the northern part of the town of Colony. They have the ability now to drive to Cohoes and have a water facility, an aerobic workout facility, other recreational programs, etc. And this is so much more than just Cohoes. It's Cohoes and Waterbury and Green Island. And you know, I don't know where people will ride from in Colony, but if you can get a benefit like this for being a Albany County resident and no other cost, that's a phenomenal asset to the county. And I congratulate our brother from Cohoes for making this happen, because it's happening for a lot of good people in a lot of communities across the county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Curley?
Yes, and I promise to be brief, Madam Chairman, or Chairwoman. Speaking from the other side of the aisle and the other side of the county, I congratulate my colleagues from the Gateway communities. While I do have some pretty serious reservations at the way the county is approaching its real estate purchases of late, I think this is exactly the type of public purchase that is appropriate. And while it's awesome that people of low incomes will be served, there needn't be an income qualification. There are lots of taxpayers in this county who would be well served with similar type facilities. And I echo what Legislator Ward said. Kudos should really go to our county executive, because there has been a real transformation in the area of parks and recreation over the last several years, and I just hope it continues. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, resolution passes. Please read 137.
Reauthorize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a comment about that last resolution.
Which one? 137.
Please, Madam Chair.
Sure. Dr. McLaughlin.
I really applaud the gentleman who got together and made this happen. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't feel welcome in Cohoes. So I don't think that this.
We've improved a lot.
Excuse me?
I said we've improved.
You have improved? Well, maybe I'll pay a visit when you get this open.
You came to our picnic a couple times.
Yeah, because you were there, so I felt safe. But what I'm telling you, the issue I have is, this $1.2 million that I believe is really going to benefit Cohoes and the disadvantaged people in Cohoes. Because all of a sudden, I'm hearing a lot more and more about the disadvantaged people in Cohoes. And, but I didn't hear about before. I thought it was a much more affluent community that I've been hearing of late. So I welcome the education. Yeah. I welcome the education that I'm getting about that. But the reason I stand here is because I don't have a community center in my neighborhood. I've been trying to get a community center in my neighborhood since they tore down the community center we had 20 years ago. So that it troubles me to see $1.2 million being put toward one community while another community that has been disadvantaged and marginalized and has no place for their young people to go, has no place for their seniors to go to congregate. I would like to see the same thing happen in my community. So when other things come up on the agenda that have the potential to do this, I hope that we will get the same response when it comes to talking about the south end of Albany, North Albany, or West Hill, Arbor Hill communities. Because we are in dire need of facilities where we can provide programs for our young people where they can be positively engaged in activities that will advance them into the future. I'm excited about what somebody else is getting, but I'm also a little jealous too. I'm just going to put it plainly. like that. And I do hope that as things come up in the future related to the geography that I represent, that we can get this same kind of robust support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McLaughlin.
With all due respect, Chairman, I admire you, I always did. But the way that thing got started, the hose, is because when he was, I know he's playing pickleball now, and I'm still playing racquetball, and he was 9, and I was an adult. That thing got built in Cohoes by Cohosiers, going around to the community and dragging money out of it. He went around for months and years to get enough money to start that program. So our community went to bat for it. As far as being a fluent community, we're just a little town, middle of the work people. I worked at 4 motor companies, never mind. I didn't go to colleges. That's 90% of Cohoes. So it's a great community, which I know you realize it is. And I feel sorry that your community couldn't raise the money to do something like that. But we did it in Cohoes by the people. That's what it was always the Cohoes Community Center. Unfortunate things happened 50 years later, and that's why I felt that this would be better. We need for the county to help everybody in the county. Because there's a great facility, Danny has some great ideas. But I had to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Ethier.
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I have an opportunity to speak.
We've already heard it.
You've already spoken about this, Mr. Ricard.
Can I have 1 minute?
No, we're okay, you have 10 seconds.
30 seconds.
10.
Okay. I just want to say that I represent. Thank you.
Tell her you love her and move on.
I respect you. I think you're great. I supported you when you came to our community and walked you around the community. Okay, but let me finish. Our job as legislators is to represent our constituents. My constituents, a majority of them, are not affluent. They're poor, okay? They're poor. They do not have the money to visit the community center. They don't have it. My job is to support them. Whether or not I have the money is not the story. My constituents do not have the money, and that's why I am in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Ricard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please read 137.
Reauthorizing the acceptance of hazard mitigation grant funding for the Department of Public Works.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 138, please.
Authorizing a correction to the tax roll for the City of Albany.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 139, please.
Authorizing a correction to the tax roll for the City of Albany and the Town of Colony.
Will you hush?
Can we keep the conversations quiet, please? All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 141, please.
Amending Resolution Number 283 for 2023 regarding New York State Homes and Community Renewal Community Development Block Grant CARES Act funding.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 142, please.
Public hearing on the closeout of the community.
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
Wait, let me finish. I'm on 141. 141.
Did I skip?
Public hearing on the closeout of the Community Development Block Grant CARES Act program.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 142, please read it, and I understand we're sending this back to committee.
Authorizing the conveyance of real property located at 10 Lexington Avenue in the City of Albany.
This is going back to audit and finance. I understand we missed resolution 140.
I did. I thought I read it.
Clerk read it, you called it 141, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
It was just, you called
Okay.
the number, but she read the proper resolution.
Okay, so, but we voted on it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Apologies. Moving on to 143, please.
Amending the 2024 Albany County Budget Staff Adjustment.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 144, please.
Amending the 2024 Albany County budget, legislative administrative adjustments.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. 145, please.
Appointment of a member to the Community Services Board.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. We've now reached the consent agenda. Are there any requests to take an item off the consent agenda? Request by Mr. Moriello.
Yes, please take item resolution 148 off the agenda.
Item 148 is removed. All those in favor of the remaining consent agenda items?
Why is
So we took 148, there's 3 consent agenda items, 146, 147, 148. We're going to handle 148 separately. So we're voting on the consent agenda for 146 and 147. Okay, all those in favor of consent agenda items 146 and 147? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the resolution passes. Moving on to 148, please read 148.
Authorizing the disbursement of American Rescue Plan funding to an agreement with the Advanced Albany County Alliance regarding property at 106 South Cross Street and amending the 2024 Albany County budget.
Mr. Moriello.
Just in case there are people not aware of this, we are looking to use $450,000 of ARPA funding to purchase what was once the old McDonald's for the South End Grocery at the corner of South Pearl and Madison Avenue. And I just want to bring this to everyone's attention because we've already had one business there that opened after McDonald's closed. It didn't do very well, it failed. And right now, there are banks that actually have loaned money to that organization that ran the South End Grocery. Broadview Credit Union is owed $200,000, Key Bank $100,000, and actually I believe it's the Albany County, let's see the name, the exact name. Albany County Capital Resource Corporation is also given that project $200,000. So now what we're looking to do is spend another $450,000 on this property. I'm not really sure this is a prudent thing to do. Sometimes I view this more as a city issue than it is a county issue. I don't want to see good money go after bad. The banks, felt that it was a good, safe, secure investment, and they loaned the money. And unfortunately, things go south for them. So I'm just questioning whether or not we should be spending $450,000 of ARPA money. We did have an executive committee meeting of our ARPA committee, and I was the only no vote, but even it was mentioned by one of the members that by doing this, we're also making the banks whole. And I don't know if we should be in the business of making the banks whole once they've agreed to a loan. So I'm going to be voting no on this, but I just wanted to make sure everybody understands what the implications are.
Dr. McLaughlin.
We did have a very unfortunate situation that occurred with this South End supermarket. This was a project that had a lot of potential, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of support throughout the community. I can't deny that things went awry, and I have no excuse for it. And I have been a part of trying to do research, trying to make sure people are held accountable for putting us in the situation that we're in now. I know I heard someone say earlier that there's no plan for this site. We've got to get a handle on the site now so that it does not reach a point of disrepair, a point of becoming an eyesore where no one will want to invest in this area. We have a lot of things going on in that corridor currently. You have a restaurant that has been, over $3 million has been invested in the restaurant, Hattie's restaurant that's coming in. We have the cultural center that has been reorganized, where they're going to be reinvesting to ensure that the African American Cultural Center is alive and well in that corner. We also have investment going into what was previously the Mason Hall in that same block, where there's going to be major investment taking place in that on that very footprint. I believe that this is the right time, a proper investment for us to continue moving in the right direction. Even though there were some mistakes made, we did not make the mistake. But I think here's an continued opportunity for us to be a part of a revitalization of this very neighborhood. We cannot let this site go without some attention. I believe that it's been assessed at $800,000. We're paying $500,000, so we're in the good on this. And I trust the people at CRC and the Albany Alliance that they believe that this is a good investment. And as a new member of that committee, and as I said, someone who has followed this situation, even before the grocery store opened, up to this very moment, I believe that this is an investment that is as worthy as the project that's going on in Coles. And that's why I stand to ask your support. If you don't help us, we're never going to grow. We're never going to get the community center. We're never going to get a reinvestment in a corner that is so vital to the entry. It's a major gateway into the city of Albany. I heard someone say they believe this is a city issue. You know what? I believe the city should have did more than they did. They did nothing. So should they have invested? Yes. And I still believe that they have got to be a part of the revitalization of this major gateway into and out of the city of Albany. So I ask your support. It's a difficult situation that we find ourselves in, but we have got to take the risk. We have got to take the risk on this community because they deserve it. The people that look at that building every day and with the expectations that they had, the hope that they had revitalized with right across the street, the seniors that live right across the street, the people who live going right in and out of the city through that community. There was a lot of hope that was placed in that building. I believe that we can continue to move that corner forward, but we can't do it if we decide, no, county has nothing to do with it. The county has a lot to do with it. And as long as I sit here, I'm going to stand in favor of it to make sure that we do something for the South, the historic South end of Albany. And I'm looking for Albany County to do its part. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Demolowitz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As chair of the CRC, we were in this from the beginning. We made the capital investment into the McDonald's building because we believe, with the guidance from the chair, the county executive, that this would be best use for that building. And unfortunately, it was mismanaged. It wasn't managed properly. The size of it was in trouble from the beginning. The size of the building does not warrant the debt service that comes along with that building. That's the major problem. You can't pay $800,000 for I don't know what that is, maybe 8,000 square foot back, and try to with that debt service and not have the proper grocery mix to offset the cost of raising revenues to pay your debt service. Not going to happen. So we move on from that. We tried, we thought it was good, now we move on. As far as making banks whole, they stepped up. Making the banks whole is just part of the process of the foreclosures for us to take over the property. You know what? You want to feel sorry for some people. Feel sorry for the people who donated their money. people who came out of their own pocket that donated 50, fine. I know people that donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to this project, their own money. So we're moving forward. I hope we support this tonight. The future, I think someone said, well, we don't know what we're going to do with it. Well, you know, it's going to be a great asset for Albany County. That property's going to be developed. That transport in the back of that eventually is going to be developed as far as our transportation hub. Whatever happens with that property, that area is going to be key to Albany. The interim use of that property, they're going to put a group together. Carolyn will be involved, her neighborhood people. They're going to decide what's best to use that building for. I've heard the county executive say that maybe they'll do some kind of training for culinary people in there. You know what? I'd like to see us take that building and use it for CNA training, because we need CNAs at the nursing home that we can't get. Let's start down there and do some CNA training for our nursing home people. So there's a lot you can do with the building. The building is going to be, you know, you can even tear it down. The land is going to be so valuable once we move forward with that transportation hub in the city, which is going to happen sooner or later. As soon as we get some more money from the federal government for that, it's going to happen. That's a key part. And as Carolyn said, that's the key corner part of that neighborhood. You got Hattie's opening up next month, I think this is the month end. It's open now. You got Hattie's open. There's people making investments in that part of Albany. And that part of Albany needs the investment. As far as, I hope they do get a grocery store. There are some vacant store properties on Pearl down there, and maybe we can work with somebody to bring a grocery store there, where they can still make a profit and deliver services to the most needy in that neighborhood. I hope we support that. This is good for Albany County. It's good for the city of Albany. As far as the banks are concerned, they stepped up. So I got to tip my hat to, I think it was Seth Pugh and Key Bank. They stepped up and made a commitment on this loan. And so for them to get paid off once this whole thing foreclosed, for me, I think that's just a part of doing business, because without that, they still have a right to that property. Don't forget that. We're third lead on the CRC. We're third place. You know, Key Bank and Seth was first and second. And that's the way it normally is when you're doing public financing like that. So, bottom line is, I hope you all support it. It's going to be a good thing. It's going to be great for Albany. It's going to clean that corner up, because here's the big thing now. Our DGS will be removing the snow. Our DGS will be cutting the grass and taking care of that building and making sure it stays up to code. And if all else fails, we're still going to make $600,000 on it. So go back and tell your constituents that, and go back and tell your constituents tonight, I voted against the opportunity for Albany County to put $600,000 back in the account. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeMallo. It's Ms. McLean Lane.
Thank you very much. I would like to compound exactly what Dr. McLaughlin said. She's absolutely 100% correct, and also expand on something that she mentioned. Leaving that building to sit there is going to be a disaster for the South End. We already know the impact to the pastors, which was had a revitalization. It was an amazing community. My own cousin lived there, was a homeowner, community gardens. They had community days. The mission went in, and bam. For example, in Manans, which obviously I represent, we had a grocery store and a whole little strip mall. Price Chopper pulled out, sat empty, finally Rite Aid left, then the little family-owned wine store left. It's gone. We ended up with, it sat there, we ended up with a methadone clinic, and next to it a cannabis dispensary. The other place where we have a grocery store, which we used to have a grocery store and sat empty, we now have a Dollar Tree, a cannabis dispensary, and I believe well, the pizza place has always been there, they're lovely, but I cannot say it enough. She is 100% correct. That is, every time I come into the city of Albany, I pass, that is a gateway into our community. I was so happy to see the South End Grocery open up. they're correct, it was mismanaged, and I can only hope that we're doing this for Cohoes, we should be doing this for the South End. I agree, and the South End should have a community center.
Thank you, Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is my district, so I want to speak a bit on it. I'm going to echo what a lot of people have said, including Dr. McLaughlin. I think, yes, we just voted to spend $1.2 million in Cohoes on a community center. And I support that. I spent time in Cohoes. Cohoes isn't a wealthy community. I think this is the type of investment we should be making. But now we're considering debating $450,000 in the south end of Albany, and I hear Mr. Moriel, I hear you say it's more of a city issue. So I'm not sure why, when it's in Cohoes, it's not a city of Cohoes issue. It's a worthy investment for the county to make. But when it's in the city of Albany, especially the south end, one of the most underserved areas of the county, it's now the city's responsibility, but not ours. So I think we as a county need to continue these types of investments that we're making in Cohoes, considering the south end of Albany. These are the types of investments that can make a positive impact in communities. We should be doing more.
Mr. Drake.
I feel called upon tonight with all these exciting topics in my world, real estate, business. I just don't know where to start except for, as Mr. Ricard said, I represent my constituents, and in this case, taxpayers. I represent taxpayers, I think all of them. This is a bad deal. Not because it helps the South End, so let's cut that off. It's a bad financial deal. We've already got $200,000 into this through the CRC. We're talking about corporate banking bailout right now. We're going to bail out Key Bank, a national, maybe multinational bank, and a large regional credit union. We're going to bail them out. Okay? We're not investing in Albany County. We're saving somebody else's investment. This is also a developer bailout. I think many of you are aware that the developer of this project has some very unfavorable media attention right now for some very unsavory acts. I can't imagine why we would want to bail that person out either. But, that said, this is not an investment in profit. Respectfully, Gary, I gotta disagree with you. If it's assessed for $800,000 and you buy it for $450,000, but you admit that you can't possibly make the debt service payments on it because it's too small, it's not an investment. At best, it would be some level of equity in a building. But we're not in the real estate flipping business, okay? So, when you look at this, what would you want to do? If the city of Albany is not willing to step up and deal with this property, which it sounds like Ms. McLaughlin has said, right? I don't know anything about the city of Albany. But it's the gateway to Albany, not the gateway to Albany County. And, may I say, to compare and contrast with the project in Cohoes, I don't think anyone, if you open a grocery store or some other business area, is driving from Cohoes to that section to do their grocery shopping, or they're driving from Altamont to there. It's a different thing. So I think we need to keep in perspective, this is a real estate deal. And we're suddenly in the real estate business as a county, and I don't know why. Why? We're gonna do corporate bank bailouts? At the end of the day, it's a bad deal for taxpayers. It's a shell game. We're gonna give the money back to the CRC, which already made a bad investment in its property. So I would argue we're $650 into this property. This is not our job. If the city or the county wants this building, here's how we get it, like any business person would. We let it foreclose. The bank's responsible. The City of Albany Building and Code comes down on them for not maintaining their properties, and they can do that. It's in their power. And make sure it's done right. If we have to, DTS can go down with the lawnmowers and the dump trucks and fix it up. Okay? We let it foreclose, we buy it at the auction, or we let a developer, a private investor, that's what an investor is. A private investor buy this, fix it up, and put it in a business there and help revitalize that corridor. It's not comparable to the community center in Cohoes, which is 38,000 square feet with an indoor pool. This is a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot building on a street corner in Albany for $450 grand to bail out some banks who we don't want to see get a black eye, and bail out the CRC, let's be honest, who doesn't want a black eye. So I urge you not to do this. Wait and get it on the open market. Thank you.
Ms. Lakakis. Oh. Mr. Epicora.
Thank you for letting me go after that. And it was a great deal, a good deal, when we all supported this investment, great investment in Cohoes. And we just had some remarks just now about this bailout in the South End, but we didn't hear this bailout term when we were voting for this 1.2 million in cohorts. So every single statement that my colleague just made just now could have been said about that investment that we just voted on in cohorts. But nobody here actually stood up to say, oh, I'm against this investment that we're trying to make in cohorts. But when it's for the black people, when it has to do with people of color, it is a bailout. It is, we have to let it foreclose. Why can't we let the one in cohorts foreclose? Why do we have to let the one in Albany foreclose, but not the one in cohorts? So this is not how we represent people. This is not how it should work. It's about fairness and justice and equity, evenly distributed, not just when it favors a certain type of people. And I'm calling it black and white because this is black and white. It's black and white, period.
Thank you, Mr. Demolowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify a few things from my good friend Colony. First of all, Albany County's been in the real estate business. Since day one, we started taking properties through foreclosures throughout the whole county. We've had thousands of properties. Probably got to before we start the land bank. This isn't a bailout. You know, the key bank or in CRC, they're not going to have any problem fulfilling their obligations. All we're doing is fulfill our obligations with the contracts that we have. So I just think it's going to be moving. The only other possible thing to help move the project forward in the South End and take that corner and use it best and revitalize that corner is for the county to take it. I mean, we do it every day. You can walk up and down Wanda's district. Albany County probably owns 100 properties down there on Clinton Avenue, Livingston Avenue, and West End, in South End. That we have hundreds of properties. So we're in the real estate business. And as far as the guy who you spoke of, as far as the organization, they're out. He's out, they're out, they're all gone, and we're going to start from a clean slate. We'll have the community involved, the community decide what they think is best they can use for that building. And keep in mind, $460,000, anyone who owns property in the city of Albany just got the reassessment bill. Mine went up 100%. So that means that this property is going to be worth big money. This property in Albany County is going nowhere, and the property in the city of Albany is going nowhere but up. And all we're looking at doing is just taking it out, taking possession, and holding it and see what we can do best with the local community, and see what they want to do with it. It's not big enough for a grocery store. You're right. I agree with you 100%. But, we're not going to use it as a grocery store. It might be something to use for training. That's what I think a lot of people want in the neighborhood. Right, Carolyn? I mean, so that's something what they're looking to do with it. Because, I don't know, it might be 5,000 square feet. Like McDonald's. Like McDonald's on Wolf Road or McDonald's on Delaware. That's how big it is. So, I hope we all support it and don't get caught up with this big business, big corporation, the big bad good wolf. It's none of that. It's none of that. And perception is none of that. All we're trying to do is take a property that's in need, because if we don't move on this property, it's going to fall into disrepair. It needs work now. It needs to work, especially in the roof and other parts of that building. So I hope we all can come together and support this thing.
Thank you. Ms. Plotsky.
Just very quickly, my understanding, I am wholeheartedly in support of this. If we don't approve this now, then we are last in line in the foreclosure and looking at years of blight. And we would end up getting far less back, I would think, than the $200,000. This is an investment in the future of that area. We don't need the blight that a continuing foreclosure would create. It makes financial sense. We can put put into a better and higher use for the community. And I think we need to go through with this, or else we are left with nothing but more blight on that corner and no more money.
Thank you, Ms. Flotsky. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The county and the banks invested in this project, a failed business. And now the answer is, well, let's spend more money, invest more. If McDonald's couldn't make it work, now we're going to believe that Albany County can make it work? Seems to be the best. First of all, bank bailouts, geez, have we ever heard of that before? You almost bankrupt our country. So I wonder how often the county has covered bad loans for banks. That's a new part of their business as far as I know. So if the loan, when you're a banker, you give a loan out, and it's a bad loan, you eat it. Then you make the money from the other investors that you're charging interest to. So, you know, the record here is not good as far as the county's concerned. And oh, by the way, let me stipulate, the city of Albany has done very well by the Albany County Legislature. We've taken care of the city. There's a lot of needs there, and we've met them with money from Gilliland and Colony and elsewhere. Let me just say that. The bottom line between the Cohoes thing, which is getting roughed around a little bit, the Cohoes thing was a good project, a sensible project. This is not a good financial project, and we're supposed to agree to it, even after the county has already tried to make it work there and it didn't. We should really let the marketplace decide what's best for that place and what can work, and not this idea that we're going to just throw money after we've wasted money already. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Moriello, are you still on
Yeah,
deck?
just a real quick comment. Mr. Grimm pretty much said what I was going to say, but I think you need to realize that in Cohoes, there is a plan. We have a plan for what we're doing with that facility in Cohoes. For this parcel, we have no plan. Thank you.
We have Ms. Wellingham and then Mr. Kuhn.
Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? I just want to point out one thing. Not one thing, excuse me. Didn't a big visual own that gateway?
Can I comment?
Wait.
That's what you said.
I believe we bought it from someone who had invested.
A private individual, a corporation.
And had invested money in it, and then could not make a go of it. That's a yes.
Loose
Could
term.
not make.
Loose
I'm
term.
talking now.
Loose term.
I'm talking.
There's various reasons.
Could not make a go of it, okay? So, the county is going to do something with it. Contrary to what you believe, Bob's not here, you. I believe what is going to go on at the center is a great thing, because it is going to uplift the community, has to do with families, has to do with youth, and being able to provide recreation and services too, okay? That would take kids off the street, give them someplace to go, give them something to do, give families something to do. I believe it's a great thing. But I also can take that and say, what we have tried to do down there at the south end, it did not work out, just like it didn't work out for the individual who owned it.
You're right.
Okay, it did not. Same thing. This didn't work out, that didn't work out, we kind of bought it. Okay? So, let's not lose the fact that I believe it's called Advance Albany County Alliance. That's what it's called. It's called Advance Albany County. That's supposed to be the economic development engine of the county. That's why it was organized, and we just put a lot of money into that. I have to believe that they have the pulse of what is going on. And to say that, okay, we're going to buy that space down there, I believe there are people there who can get folk to put something together there that is going to be for the betterment of that community. I realize that it's difficult for some of you here to even believe or have a perspective that that end of the county is worth just as much as Cohoes. Okay? Now, unlike my sister, I do realize that Cohoes has one of the zip codes that falls right behind 12202 and 12206. I know that.
Yeah, we discussed it.
Yes, I know that. Okay? All the more reason.
What you
Right now, Bill knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I still know.
Okay,
We
as far as
discussed that
services,
privately.
as far as supplemental services, so forth and so on, 12047, they get the same, they right behind us, right behind 12202 and 12206, and getting supplemental services. Okay? I know that. And that's why I voted in favor of that Gateway project up there. I see the potential for it. But I also see the potential to, and we realize what is going on. If we do not invest in the South End, if we do not invest in West Hill, if we do not invest in North Albany, we're going to continue to see the gun violence. We're going to continue to see the numbers increasing as far as family court is concerned. We need to broaden our perspective. The Bible tells us that the poor will be with us always. But it's incumbent upon us too to move our perception and our perspective of what we need to do to help others. And so that people don't continue to remain and their environment and their communities continues to go down. It really saddens me. Every time you all get up here, when it comes to money, and it's happened that it has to be for the South End, you all have jumped on it and said it's not worth it. Why are we invested in that community? You forget that you're talking about schools in that area. You're talking about seniors in that area that live right across the street. You're talking about a place that doesn't even have a supermarket down there, okay? You're talking about a place that just finally got a gas station down there. But you don't want to help advance Albany County in the city of Albany on the corner of Madison Avenue. And it is a historic South End. That's where we grew up. That's where you could go and buy everything that you needed. So when the South End Mall came in, it demolished what that community was all about. And we have been trying to recover that since the governor came in and Mayor Corning decided that they were going to tear down whole neighborhoods. So I implore you tonight to rethink the future of those young people down there, those families that are down there. Please rethink. Please just open your minds up. Please, I implore you to do that. Invest that money. Let Advance Albany County do what they have been charged to do, and that is be the economic development engine of the county and decide what we are going to do down there, then bring the whole community in, and so that they can have a say-so on what is going to go on down there. The same way the Hoes had the opportunity to do what they want to do. I've been there. I've seen what an investment can do. I'm just asking that you do the same thing in the South End of Albany.
We're going to have a roll call vote. We're going to be here all night unless we keep moving. We're going to have a roll call vote on...
Like the old days, John. Like the old days.
The one thing I do want to say, and I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege and align myself with the supporters of this initiative. Just want to remind folks, this is the American Rescue Act dollars. This is the explicit, or one of the explicit purposes of the American Rescue Act, to invest in communities like the South End. And there are many ideas in formation by the CRC, the Alliance, and others, and we're going to have a great conversation about those ideas and what to do with this property, which is a valuable piece of real estate that Albany County Legislature can invest in and improve the South End. I urge you to support this. Roll call vote, please.
Bergdorf.
No.
Yes. Madam Chair,
Yes.
May I be added as a sponsor of this legislation?
Yes, anyone
Thank
else
you.
want to be added as a sponsor? It looks like
show
we
my
have most of the
solidarity.
Democratic caucus here.
I think it's a great economic development opportunity for Albany County.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Cleary.
There.
Camisso.
Yes.
Conway.
No.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
No.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethia.
I'll explain my vote. I just want to let Wanda, my colleague, know, and all my colleagues in here. I've been here for 40-some years, and there's never once that even question would come out of the south end of Albany what we were supporting. I always voted for everything that went to the south end without even asking a question about it. Shame on me in a lot of ways, but I always knew they needed it. So that hasn't changed. I want Wanda and her sister, them to always know that. Before you guys were around, I was supporting the south end.
And your vote tonight?
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Grimm.
No.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce.
Yes.
Cone.
Yeah, I also want to say something about this.
Yes or no?
Well, I'm gonna do what Gil did, I'm gonna say a few things. I think there needs to be, I'm gonna support this, but I think there needs to be more, there should have been more information about this in Granicus. We really don't have anything about, like, how much of a haircut the banks are taking on this, or even exactly what the plans are with respect to this property. And I feel like you really need, I'm gonna support it, but I would have liked to see more information about what the proposal is. But
Duly noted.
yes.
Thank you.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes to secure the site.
Lockhart. Mariello.
No.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes, sponsor, please.
McLean Lane.
Absolutely.
Miller.
Aye.
Petto.
Yes.
Hurley.
No.
Pulaski.
Yes, please, that is fine.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes, add me as a sponsor.
Ricard.
I enthusiastically support economic development in South Bend. Yes.
Robinson.
Yes, sponsor, please.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
No.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
26 yes, 8 no.
Okay, the resolution passes. As you all know, we have a number of bond resolutions this evening, each of which must be taken individually by a long roll call vote. Clerk, please read Resolution 149.
Cutting the reading down a little bit, everybody. Bond resolution of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing various capital improvements for the Department of Public Works, authorizing the issuance of $10,245,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Aye.
Cleary.
Aye.
Camisso.
Yes.
Conway. Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
I'm a yes on all.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro. Ethia.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Fine. Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce. Ray Joyce. Cohen. LaRillard. Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart. Mariello. Mayo. McLaughlin. McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Petto. Purley.
Yes.
Pulaski.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson. Rosano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Clerk, please read Resolution 150.
Bond resolution of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing various recreation facility improvement projects, authorizing the issuance of $12 million of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
Camiso. Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier. Feeney.
Yes.
Fine. Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce. Coon.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart. Moriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane. Miller. Petto.
Yes.
Purley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard. Robinson.
Yes.
Rosano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Yes.
Ward. Willingham. Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Please read Resolution 152.
151.
151, I'm sorry.
Bond resolution of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing various highway and trail improvements for the Department of Public Works, authorizing the issuance of $500,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso.
Yes.
Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz. Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Fine. Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce. Coon.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Moriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Petto. Purley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes.
Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson. Rosano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham. Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Please read 152.
Bond resolution of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing various capital improvements for county-owned garages and parking facilities, authorizing the issuance of $350,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation. Bergdorf.
Long roll call, sir.
That's
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso.
Yes.
Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce. Coon.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Moriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Petto.
Yes.
Purley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes.
Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Rosano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham. Unanimous.
Resolution approved. Please read 153.
Bond resolution of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing the undertaking of fuel monitoring and remediation system project at the Voorheesville substation for the Department of Public Works, authorizing the issuance of $350,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso.
Yes.
Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce. Coon.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Moriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin. McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Petto.
Yes.
Burley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Rosano.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham. Unanimous.
Resolution passes. 154, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
My name, I didn't hear my name, so I'm saying yes.
I said Smith, sorry.
No,
Smith.
that's right.
Unanimous. 154, bond resolution of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing a capital project for the Department of Public Works, authorizing the issuance of $780,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso. Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake. Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce. Coon.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Murriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Pedo. Purley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes, I'm here.
Rosano. Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham. Wanda. Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Please read 156, please. I'm sorry, please read 155.
Supplemental bond resolution dated March 11, 2024. A resolution amending certain terms of bond resolution number 93 of the County of Albany, New York, adopted March 14, 2022, authorizing various capital improvements for the Department of Public Works, authorizing the issuance of $10,820,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso. Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce. Coon.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Murriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Pedo.
Yes.
Purley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yes.
Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham. Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Please read 156.
Supplemental bond resolution dated March 11, 2024. A resolution amending certain terms of bond resolution number 8 of the County of Albany, New York, adopted February 13, 2023, authorizing upgrades to core IT equipment at various county-owned sites, authorizing the issuance of $850,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso.
Yes.
Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce. Ray Joyce. Coon. LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Murriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Pedo.
Yes.
Purley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a few Rule 11s. Some are additional bond resolutions. We'll get to those in a second. The first Rule 11 is at your place. It was discussed in a post-public forum, meeting of Audit and Finance related to the right of reverter in the city of Albany. Can I have a motion to invoke Rule 11? Motion by Gary, second by Ally. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Clerk, please read Resolution 157.
Authorizing the release of right of reverter and re-entry of title to 43 Myrtle Avenue in the city of Albany.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution passes. The remaining resolutions are all bonds previously contemplated in the capital plan, so we're going to move through them really quickly. Can I have a motion to invoke Rule 11? Motion by Jeff, second by Gary. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Rule 11 is invoked. Clerk, please read Resolution 158.
Supplemental bond resolution dated March 11, 2024, a resolution amending certain terms of bond resolution 9 of the County of Albany, New York, adopted February 13, 2023, authorizing the undertaking of various capital projects for the MVP arena, authorizing the issuance of $1,625,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf. Clary. Collins. Oh, no, Collins, sorry. Camiso.
Yes.
Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier. Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce.
Yes.
Cohn.
Yes.
LaRillard. Lukakas.
Yes.
Lockhart. Muriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Petto.
Yes.
Purley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard. Robinson.
Yes.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Can I have a motion to invoke Rule 11?
So moved.
Mr. Miller, second by Mr. Ward. All those in favor? Any opposed? Clerk, please read Resolution 159.
Supplemental bond resolution dated March 11, 2024, a resolution amending certain terms of bond resolution number 9 of the County of Albany, New York, adopted February 13, 2023, authorizing the undertaking of various capital projects for the MVP arena, authorizing the issuance of $1,625,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Aye.
Cleary.
Yes.
Camiso. Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz. Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce.
Yes.
Kuhn.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lukakas.
Yes.
Lockhart. Moriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller. Petto. Purley.
Yes.
Plosky. Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham. Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Can I have a motion to invoke Rule 11? Ms. Lukakas, second by Mr. Kuhn. All those in favor? Any opposed? Rule 11 is invoked. Clerk, please read Resolution 160.
Bond resolution of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing a capital project for the Department of Public Works, authorizing the issuance of $7,050,000 of serial bonds of said county to finance said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Aye.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso. Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efacoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Grimm.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce. Ray Joyce. Kuhn.
Yes.
LaRillard. Lukakas.
Yes.
Lockhart. Muriello. Mayo. McLaughlin. McLean Lane. Miller. Petto. Purley.
Yes.
Plosky. Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Can I have a motion to invoke Rule 11? Mr. Ricard, seconded by Ms. McLean Lane. Clerk, all those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution to invoke Rule 11 passes. Please read 161.
Supplemental bond resolution dated March 11th, 2024, a resolution amending certain terms of bond resolution number 589 of the County of Albany, New York, adopted December 4th, 2023, authorizing improvements to the Shaker Place garage and parking lot extension, authorizing the issuance of $4,647,500 of serial bonds of said county to finance a portion of said appropriation.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf. Clary. Camiso. Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz. Drake. Efakoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce. Ray Joyce. Kuhn. LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Murriello.
Yes.
Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLean Lane.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Peto.
Yes.
Hurley.
Yes.
Plosky.
Yes.
Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt. Ricard.
Aye.
Robinson.
Yes.
Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Can I have a motion to invoke Rule 11? Ms. Lakakis, second. Mr. Demolowitz, all those in favor? Any opposed? Resolution to invoke Rule 11 passes. Please read 162, the last one.
Thank goodness. Ominous supplemental bond resolution dated March 11th, 2024. A resolution amending certain terms of multiple bond resolutions of the County of Albany, New York, authorizing various capital improvements for county facilities.
Long roll call.
Bergdorf.
Aye.
Clary.
Yes.
Camiso. Conway.
Yes.
Cunningham.
Yes.
Demolowitz.
Yes.
Drake.
Yes.
Efakoro.
Yes.
Ethier.
Yes.
Feeney.
Yes.
Graham.
Yes.
Andrew Joyce.
Yes.
Ray Joyce. Kuhn.
Yes.
LaRillard.
Yes.
Lakakis.
Yes.
Lockhart.
Yes.
Murray.
Yes.
I'm getting tired here now. Mayo.
Yes.
McLaughlin. McLean Lane.
Could you say that again, but really slowly?
Lane.
Yes.
Miller.
Enthusiastically aye.
Peto. Purley.
Yes.
Plosky. Reedy.
Yes.
Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Ricard.
Yes.
Robinson.
Robinson.
Robinson. Work with me now. Lozano.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Willingham.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Resolution passes. Andrew Joyce. Can I see you? Do you want this back, by the way? Motion to adjourn. Second, thank you.